The briefing of the Development Budget Coordination Committee on the macroeconomic assumptions and fiscal targets used in the formulation of the fiscal year 2026 National Expenditure Program is now called to order. Please stand for the singing of the national anthem, and please remain standing for a minute of silent prayer.
Bayang magiliw pero sa silanganan, alam ng puso sa tibig mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka lang magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisiin, sa lalat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mo paghaw. Ilang ang tulaan, awit sa paglayang tinawan. Ang kisap ng wagawan mo'y tagumpay na natitigil. Bituin at araw niya kailan pang may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walang pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa ating mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mamapit at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Panginoong Diyos, kami po ay lumalapit sa inyo ng may mapagpakumbabang puso. Hinihiling po namin ang inyong paggabay at karunungan sa pagsisimula ng aming gawain. O Diyos, nawa ay pagpalain mo po ang bawat isa at pumagitna ka po sa amin sa araw na ito. Nawa ang gawain na ito ay maging daan upang kami ay magkaroon ng karagdagang kaalaman na tutulong sa amin upang kami ay mas lumago at kami ay magkaroon pa ng mas maayos na relasyon sa bawat isa. Tulungan ninyo po kami magkaroon ng bukas na isip at puso at pagkakaisa upang mapaglingkuran ka namin sa lahat ng aming gagawin. Bigyan ninyo po kami ng lakas upang masunod ang inyong nais sa aming buhay. At gamitin ang mga talento na ibinigay mo upang makatulong sa aming kapwa. Idinadalangin namin ang lahat ng ito sa pangalan ni Jesus. Amen.
Committee Secretary, please acknowledge the resource persons present here today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. May we acknowledge our distinguished guest this morning from the Special Assistant to the President for Investment and Economic Affairs, Honorable Frederick Go. Thank you, sir. And from the Department of Budget and Management, Secretary Amina Pangandaman. Undersecretary Janet Abuel, Undersecretary Rolando Toledo, Assistant Secretary Mary Ann de la Vega, Assistant Secretary Romeo Matthew Balangkit. And from the Department of Economy, Planning and Development, Secretary Arsenio Balisacan, Undersecretary Attorney Melbourne Pana, Undersecretary Rosemary Edelion, Undersecretary Joseph Capuno, Undersecretary Carlos Bernardo Abad Santos, Undersecretary Attorney Glenda Rumor, Assistant Secretary Claire Dennis Mapa of the PSA, and Assistant Secretary Reynaldo Cancio. And from the Department of Finance, Secretary Ralph G. Rector. Undersecretary Maria Lualhati Dorotan Tiuseco. Undersecretary Dumini Velasquez. Undersecretary Carlos Fermin Adriano. Undersecretary Charlito Martin Mendoza. Undersecretary Catherine Fong. Undersecretary Joven Balbosa. Undersecretary Rolando Tungpalan. Undersecretary Maria Edita Tan. Undersecretary Nino Raymond Alvina. Assistant Secretary Daniel Marie Reza Kulangen. And National Treasurer Sharon P. Almanza of the BTR. And from the BIR, Commissioner Romeo Lumagi Jr. And from the BOC, Commissioner Ariel Nepomuceno. From the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, Deputy Governor Zeno Ronald Abenoja. Director Siti Hanicia Botocan. Director Dennis Bautista. Senior Director Plorabel Santos Madrid. Managing Director Leila Magda Rivera. And General Counsel Roberto Figueroa. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, ComSec. May we now recognize the Honorable Ferdinand Martin G. Romualdez, Speaker of the House of Representatives, for his opening remarks.
Mga kasama ko sa Kongreso, mga miyembro ng Gabinete, at higit sa lahat, mga kabaybayang pong Pilipino, magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. Today, we open the Development Budget Coordination Committee deliberations. This is far more than a routine fiscal exercise. It is where the lifeblood of our nation, the people's money, is measured against the people's needs. Here in this august chamber, we commence the critical work of transforming vision into action, action into lasting progress. Just as every Filipino household plans its budget with care, we too must ensure that each peso deserves a meaningful purpose. Bawat piso ay may pinaglalaanan at bawat gastusin ay dapat may pakinabang sa tao. This is not merely a fiscal principle, it is a moral imperative. It is our solemn duty to translate this proposed 6.793 trillion budget into classrooms for our youth, medicine for our sick, roads for our farmers, jobs for our youth, and security for our nation. This is why the House has opened its doors wider than ever before. We've ended the practice of the small committee. We welcome civil society observers because the Filipino people deserve full transparency in how their hard-earned money is planned, allocated, and spent. Kapag malinaw ang proseso, malinaw din ang tiwala. At kapag may tiwala ang taong bayan, may lakas ang pamahalaan. Transparency is not an option. It is a cornerstone of democratic governance. But candor requires that we also confront the hard truths. Our economy continues to feel the effects of global uncertainty. Inflation weighs heavily on the poor. Our debts swollen by the pandemic must be managed wisely. Growth targets must inspire confidence not only in our people, but in investors and markets that watch us closely. That is why this DBCC is so vital. It is the crucible where assumptions are examined, where aspirations are tested against reality. The national budget is not merely an accounting ledger, it is a vision, It stands as the government's most important policy instrument, the blueprint that must bring to life President Ferdinand Marcos Jr.'s call for a bagong Pilipinas. It is a comprehensive plan to connect communities, lower food costs, uplift education, strengthen healthcare systems, and create livelihoods and safeguard our sovereignty. To our partners in the executive branch, allow me to be clear. We will scrutinize, we will question, we will deliberate thoroughly. But we do so not as adversaries, but as allies, united by a shared purpose. For at the end of the day, at the heart of our collaboration lies a common goal: to deliver a better, more dignified life for every Filipino family. Let this DBCC be remembered not only for figures presented, but for the principles we upheld. Let it be said that here, leaders chose honesty over evasion, service over self-interest, and unity over division. Budgets are not built on numbers alone. They are built on trust. And trust is built on truth. If we honor the truth, this budget will not merely be a plan of government. It will be a covenant of hope with every Filipino. Maraming salamat. Mabuhay ang sambayanang Pilipino. Mabuhay ang bagong Pilipinas.
Thank you very much, Speaker. May I now request the indulgence of the body for the chairperson to deliver my sponsorship remarks, opening remarks. Sa aking mga kapwa mambabatas sa Kongreso, sa ating mga kasama mula sa Development Budget Coordination Committee, at sa ating mga kababayang nakasubaybay sa unang araw ng budget deliberations, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. We envision the budget for fiscal year 2026 to be centered on the Filipino people, both in terms of one, expenditure priorities, and two, the budget process itself. This is why we fully support the framework laid out by the DBCC, which emphasizes human capital development in crafting the 2026 national budget, by prioritizing investments in quality education, healthcare, and workforce upskilling. Sisiguraduhin po ng Kongreso na ang 6.793 trillion pesos na budget ng ating bansa ay pakikinabangan ng ating mga kababayan. Mararamdaman at makikita po ninyo ito. Mas maginhawang pagpapagamot, mas dekalidad na edukasyon at mga classroom, mas maraming dekalidad na mga trabaho, at mas magandang mga kalsada para sa mga magsasaka upang mas mapadali ang pagdala ng inyo pong mga produkto sa merkado. Nadidinig po natin ang panawagan ng ating mga kababayan na mas maging bukas ang proseso at magkaroon po kayo ng mas malakas na boses sa pagbuo ng budget. In response to our people's clamor, and in support of the call of President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. and of Speaker Martin Romualdez towards increased transparency and public participation in the budget process, we will enact major reforms. We will abolish the small committee, open the bicameral conference committee proceedings, and institutionalize civil society engagement in the budget process. Our commitment is firm. In this budget and in the years to come, we are bringing the Filipino back in the center of the budget process where you rightfully belong. Ang bawat piso ng budget na ito ay galing sa dugo at pawis ng mga Pilipino. Kaya magiging masusi po ang deliberasyon ng inyong Kongreso sa mga darating na buwan upang siguraduhin na ang bawat piso ay mailalaan para sa ikabubuti ng ating mga kababayan. To our partners in the executive branch, We look forward to working with you in crafting a budget that will be truly responsive to our people's needs and will unlock our country's full potential. To my colleagues in the House, we have a Herculean task in front of us, deliberating on our country's largest budget to date in the midst of implementing critical reforms that will challenge long-standing, decades-long practices. But while doubly arduous, I ask you to please join us on this journey because we are at a critical juncture. The work that we will be doing in the next months alone will be an important determining factor in safeguarding the Filipino people's faith in the budget process and in securing our country's economic future for generations to come. We need to do this for our country. We need to do this for the Filipino people. Maraming salamat po para sa Diyos at Bayan. COMSEC, please recognize the members present here today, as well as the members of the civil society organizations.
May we acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Speaker Ronaldo Puno, Senior Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez, Majority Leader Ferdinand Alexander Marcos, Senior Vice Chair Abet Garcia, Deputy Majority Leader Jan Baronda, Deputy Speaker Faustino D., Senior Deputy Minority Leader Edgar Erice, Deputy Minority Leader Antonio Tino, Deputy Minority Leader Percy Sendanya, Deputy Minority Leader Sergio Dagoc, Deputy Majority Leader Munir Arbison Jr., Deputy Speaker Yaser Balindong, Deputy Minority Leader Leila de Lima, Deputy Majority Leader Bong Tebes, Deputy Majority Leader Marlene Agavas, Deputy Majority Leader P.M. Vargas, Deputy Majority Leader Howard Ginto, Vice Chairpersons Rufus Rodriguez, Vice Chairpersons Brian Poe, Jose Alvarez, Monique Lagdameo, Roger Mercado, Agustina Diche Tina Pancho, Joseph Tan, Romel Angara, Alexandria Gonzalez, Lalo Matugas, Raman Nava, Isabel Sagarbaria, Josefina Talyado, Maria Cristina Lopez, Cherise Fernandez, Johan Bautista, and also Vice Chair Romeo Momo, Dante Garcia, and Vice Chair Marcy Teodoro, and Vice Chair Bernadette Escudero. And for the members, Representative Nico Daza, Rolando Valeriano, Jojo Ang, Nathaniel Aducado, Agatha Cruz, Chel Jokno, Maria Isabel Arenas, Arlene Ayon, Audrey Suviri, Miro Kimbo, Salvador Plato, Joseph Yu, former President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, Representative Celso Regencia, Representative Ferdinand Beltran, Representative Rene Cu, Representative Florabel Yatco, Eleanor Bulot Begtang, Saldi Villa, Antolin Oreta, Lynette Fereng, Lenabel Villarica, Linabel Copilar, Nelson Legacion, Doris Maniquez, Mark Anthony Santos, Ricardo Cruz, Iris Montes, Caterina Chuatay, Representative Jan Rurik Pajernos, Deputy Speaker Bambi Emano, Deputy Majority Leader Ramon Rodriguez, Representative Jerry Perez, Representative Lonel Zeniza, Representative Ryan Recto, Deputy Speaker Jefferson Conghun, Representative Luis Villaferte, and Representative Romeo Acop. May we also acknowledge the presence of the civil society organizations that we have invited in these proceedings. From the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, Maxine Tanya Hamada. From the Center for Youth Advocacy and Networking, Humphrey Soriano. From Code NGO, Brian Esra Cainglet Gonzalez. From the Commuters for Change, Giselle Manuel. From Health Justice, Ralph de Golacion. From the Institute for Climate and Sustainable Cities, Juan Miguel Bilarba Torres, Jose Robredo Institute, Dr. Francisco Magno, Move as One Coalition, Robert C., Multiply Ed Philippines, John Lloyd L. Sura, People's Budget Coalition, Citizens Budget Tracker, Adolfo C. Montesa, from the Philippine Legislators Committee on Population and Development, Maria Aurora Kilala, from REID Foundation, Karen Valenzuela, and Safe Travel Philippines, Ann Camille Fajardo, Social Watch Philippines, Alce Kitalag, and from the Makati Business Club, Gita Keswani. And may we also acknowledge the entire DBCC family, the support staff. Good morning to all of you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, ComSec. We would like now to proceed with the presentation of the Development Budget Coordination Committee. May we now start with the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas.
Madam Speaker.
May we now recognize Deputy Governor Zeno Ronald Abenoja for the presentation.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, may I be recognized?
The chair recognizes Honorable Daza.
Madam Speaker, Chair, sorry. May I make a parliamentary inquiry?
Please proceed.
Madam Chair, thank you for recognizing me on my parliamentary inquiry. But before I begin, I would like to make a short manifestation. I would like to thank you and congratulate you, Speaker Romualdez, Majority Leader Marcos, and Minority Leader Lebanon, and the entire leadership for the opening remarks you made, along with Speaker, on the abolishment of the small committees after third reading, as it was done in the past, or as it was practiced, and that the bicameral conference committee will now be open to the public, as well as the institutionalization of civil society organizations. This is in line with the pronouncement, of course, of the President in his SONA, and this will be great, a good step forward for budget transparency and public participation. And I'd like to recognize your efforts at the onset of our budget deliberations. But in line with my parliamentary inquiry under our House rules...
Madam Chair, point of order.
Please
There is
proceed,
always-
Honorable Rodriguez.
My point of order is that under the rules of the Committee on Appropriation, there is a listing of those who are going to interpellate. It starts with the minority and then goes to majority after all the presentation that will be done. Otherwise, if you'll allow, we have very good points from the Congressman Dasa, but if we allow interventions at this point, then we are going to not follow the order of interpellation and manifestation. So sadly, I'm sorry, but I have to do this call to order because we have to follow our rules. Madam Chair.
May
For your
I
ruling.
ask the Honorable Daza as to the nature of this parliamentary inquiry?
Well, Madam Chair, in line with my parliamentary inquiry, under the House rules in Section 35, the fourth paragraph provides, a bill, resolution, or petition shall be set for a hearing only after it has been referred in plenary session to an appropriate committee. But because the NEP, in my understanding, has yet to be filed as the GAB, my inquiry is this a briefing or a hearing?
This is a briefing, as mentioned by the chair during the call to order.
So, Madam Chair, it is my understanding that because the GAB will not be filed until September 1st, my question is, perhaps because maybe I'm a first-termer, so please enlighten and satisfy my curiosity. Why does it take so long for the GAB to be filed, considering we received it last week?
The process
Madam
of...
Chair, Madam Chair, I call for the ruling of my point of order.
May I request for the members to wait for the chair for you to be recognized by the chairperson before proceeding. Honorable Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I call for a ruling of the chair on my call to my point of order.
Madam Chair, may I also raise a point of order now?
Before that, I would just like to quickly respond to the query by the Honorable Daza. The reason why it takes so long, it's a tedious process. So every line that's there in the NEP has to be encoded manually and translated into the General Appropriations Bill. That's why we would need that time in terms of the preparation and the printing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may just...
Before you proceed to your next point, may I recognize the Honorable Deputy Speaker Ronnie Puno.
Yes, I just want to ask, since we're already talking points of order and parliamentary inquiries, has this converted already into a committee hearing instead of a briefing?
Yes, so this is not yet a hearing. This will be a briefing. Hearings would only be conducted once the GAB is filed formally. So hence, the current layout of today is a briefing.
May I inquire while we are making this a briefing instead of a hearing?
Sorry, there's feedback, so we're unable to hear the queries. If I may request the Honorable Puno to
Yes.
kindly reiterate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just inquiring why this is a briefing instead of a hearing.
Yes, because hearings are only allowed once the GAB has been formally filed, but we are allowed to conduct briefings prior to the filing of the GAB, especially since the nature of today's hearing pertain to the BESF, which is a prerequisite for the filing of the GAB.
But I understand from the rules, Madam Chair, that the Speaker can waive the 5-day requirement and allow a hearing to be conducted immediately. I am just at a loss as to why we're having a briefing instead of a hearing, and then later on in the proceedings, we will then convert this briefing into a hearing, while we can just make this a hearing from day one.
The determining factor at the moment is the filing of the GAB. Given that the GAB is not yet filed, we are unable to turn this into a hearing despite the waiving of the 5-day rule, because the GAB will be filed in a week or so. So we cannot conduct hearings on the GAB given that the GAB has not been filed. And subsequently refer to the Committee on Appropriations.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the point, but I really don't understand why it has to be a briefing instead of a hearing. Since the senior deputy speaker is here, I believe we might have a quorum in the halls of Congress right now. What is to prevent us now from moving that the proposed appropriations be read into the minutes of the first reading and be assigned already to the Appropriations Committee, so that the committee can take cognizance and jurisdiction already over this matter? Because right now, as a briefing, the committee has no jurisdiction over anything that is going on.
So, in the technical sense, we are unable to conduct a hearing on the GAB, given that the GAB is yet to be filed. So that is the subject matter of the hearings later on. It is the GAB. So now what we're conducting the briefings on would be the macroeconomic assumptions and details on the sources of financing, which will then feed into the NEP, the GAB. Essentially, what we need to determine today is whether there is sufficient sources of financing to be able to finance the expenditures as stated in the NEP, which would later be turned to the GAB. So that's the reason why the sequence of events would be the BESF would be turned over, and then after that, we would have to conduct the hearings on the BESF, macroeconomic assumptions, sources of financing. After that, we can determine that there is enough sources of financing to finance the expenditures listed on the NEP, and thereafter, the NEP can be turned into the GAB.
Madam Chair.
Thank you for your explanation, Madam Chair. I will leave the matter there, but I will serve notice that I will bring this matter up when Congress is in session or the House is in session as a point of order again, because I believe that it's important that the Committee on Appropriations assumed jurisdiction already in a formal way over all of these proceedings. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker Puno. May I recognize Honorable Brian Pope?
Madam Chair, considering we've already discussed the situation with the hearing versus briefing, in the interest also of time, since all of our secretaries have made time to be here and brief us today, maybe we could proceed. I'm very interested to hear what they have to say.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed with the presentation of the BSP, may we request the technical team, the audio team, to please lessen the echo. It's a little bit challenging for everyone inside the plenary to hear. Actually, that's why we've been asking everyone to repeat their statements, because it's a little bit hard for us to hear. There's feedback.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Honorable Chanco.
Madam Chair, I think you have to rule on the point of order of the Honorable Rodriguez unless he withdraws his motion.
The ruling of the chair is we will proceed today as a briefing, not a hearing.
Okay, thank you very much. But I would just like to clarify that the sequence is, as Honorable Rodriguez remembers, and I hope we modify it. I hope we sustain it. Is it minority, independence, and then majority, right, Honorable Rodriguez?
We agree with that, and that is why there's a listing here, and there is the minority, there is an independent group, and we have the majority, and then it will be alternating. But
Yes.
always starting with the minority, then the independent, Madam Chair, and then the majority. But we have to proceed already.
Yes, thank you.
Otherwise, if we allow parliamentary inquiry, questions, and suggestion manifestation, then we cannot really start the hearing. The reason why this is a hearing, Madam Chair, is because the GAB has not yet been filed by our rules and referred to our plenary. There's nothing to hear. But because of the lack of material time, and we want to finish this budget for the development of our country, this will just be a briefing because there can be no hearing. There's no General Appropriations Bill filed yet and referred to the on first reading to the committee. After it is filed on September 1, then we go into the hearing itself. But what happens now? The same banana. What happens now? There will be presentation, there will be interpellations up to August 31, and then we have September 1. But we are going to adopt in the committee the briefing here to be converted to a hearing once we already have this GAB, General Appropriations Bill, already pending in the plenary and already called by first reading. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. The last point that we will say about this matter is that the proper sequence is clear. First is the submission of the BESF. Second is the briefing and deliberations on the financing framework and aggregate expenditures. Third is the filing of the GAB. Fourth is the detailed deliberations of the NEP only after the GAB is formally referred to the Committee on Appropriations. I would also like to assure the Honorable Chanco that we will follow that sequence in the interpellation. So we'll start with the minority, then independent, and then majority. May I now proceed with the presentations? I would like to recognize the Honorable Deputy Governor of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, Deputy Governor Zino Ronald Abinoja, for the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Honorable Congressman, Honorable House Speaker Representative Martin Romualdez, Honorable Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, Micaela Swansing, and Honorable Representatives present at today's briefing. Good morning to all of you. It is my privilege to present our assessment of the monetary, financial, and external sector performance of the country, as well as the macroeconomic assumptions behind the proposed national government budget for the fiscal year 2026. The Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas is a resource institution.
Madam Chair, point of order. Well,
May I, before I
Parliamentary.
recognize the Honorable Tino, would it be possible, let's just let the BSP finish their presentation
Madam
first.
Chair, my point is that in briefings, it is customary for the head of agency to make the presentation but I do not see the governor of the Bangko Sentral here to make the presentation. And we have not heard an explanation either, Madam Chair.
So we received last August 15 a letter from the governor of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, Governor Eli Remolona Jr., requesting to be excused from today's DBCC briefing, as this coincides with the second high-level bilateral meeting between the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas and the National Bank of Cambodia. So this meeting was finalized last July 10, 2025, before we even convened for the first regular session of Congress, and it is scheduled to be held today. So given that this is bilateral in nature between two central banks of two countries, the committee and the House leadership decided to allow Governor Remolona to be excused from today's hearing.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, but the chair recognizes that it is customary for the heads of agencies to present during the DBCC. Deputy Governor Abenoja, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we will provide a briefing as a resource institution of the DBCC. Let me start by looking at the performance of the Philippines in terms of inflation. If you look at inflation, inflation is cooling down in the past few months. If we can recall, inflation increased right after the Russia-Ukraine crisis. It reached a peak of 8.7% 2 years ago, January and February of 2023, and that was caused mainly by the uptick in energy inflation as well as subsequently food inflation. But since then, inflation has gone down steadily. And we point here 2 points, Madam Chair. First, food inflation, the green part of the bar charts that I am showing, has gone down in recent months. In fact, it has reached negative inflation, year-on-year inflation, in some months in the second quarter of this year. A second point, Madam Chair, energy inflation has also come down. So both these two important aspects of inflation has moderated and facilitated this reduction in our inflation. But perhaps the second point is equally important. The blue bar refers to the core inflation. And this is what we call the underlying pressure on inflation. And that is important because it is that portion of inflation that has more meaning in terms of the inflation outlook moving forward. If core or underlying inflation is going down, then we have additional source of comfort that price pressures may moderate moving forward. Now, if we go to the next slide, what do we see exactly on the part of the BSP on where inflation will be in the coming months? This is shown in the chart in the screen. As we can see, inflation is anticipated to continue to decline in 2025. In fact, it will be below 2% the rest of the year on average. The target in terms of inflation average for the year is 3% plus minus 1%, or 2 up to 4%. This year, we think we will average less than 2%, but next year, inflation will steadily increase, but still remain within the target of 2 up to 4%. The increase in inflation next year, although it will remain within target, could be traced back to what we call statistical effects or base effects, given the low inflation that we are experiencing in 2025. However, it will remain moderated, partly driven by stable international oil prices. Given these developments in inflation, as well as a near-term outlook on output, what has been the response of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas to help manage the inflation environment? On the left side, we show here the interest rate movements that was undertaken by the central bank. When inflation was increasing 2 years back, we increased interest rates by a total of 450 basis points, or 4.5%, from 2% all the way to 6.5%, to help anchor inflation expectations and help moderate inflation. However, when we started seeing better inflation numbers, including core inflation, inflation expectations, the central bank started dialing back its policy rate. And that is what we show here. Since August of last year, the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas has reduced interest rates by about 125 basis points. So from 6%, interest rates has gone down to 5.25%. And in the latest press statement from the Monetary Board, the central bank is looking to continue to have an easing of its monetary policy, will remain data dependent, and that could be examined every meeting date of the Monetary Board on the monetary policy stance. On the right side of the chart is an equally important action by the central bank. We reduced the reserve requirements for large banks. This is the portion of deposits received by banks that they have to keep in their vaults to service unforeseen withdrawals or sudden needs of liquidity. It used to be as high as 20%, but that is a costly friction or part of intermediation cost. Right now, we have reduced it to 5% effective March of this year. What that implies is that it provides more liquidity into the system for more credit activities of the central bank. It reduces the cost of banks so they can better serve their clients. So we think these two moves are very important in managing inflation, as well as facilitating the efficiency of the banking system. Now, looking at the banking system, how are they performing so far? In this next slide, we show that the Philippine banking continued to be resilient to support domestic economic growth. The first set of numbers show that the banking system continued to expand so that it can provide services, including credit services, to households and businesses. At the same time that it is expanding, it continues to have adequate capital and continue to be liquid so that it is being managed well and can react or continue to be resilient even with unforeseen shocks. So the capital adequacy ratio, CAR, the liquidity ratios are all above the minimum regulatory thresholds that the Bangko Sentral has set for big commercial banks. And then finally, the third set of numbers at the bottom refers to the quality of the assets, particularly the quality of the loan portfolio of banks. The NPL, or the non-performing loans ratio, is quite small at 3.3%, and they have adequate allowances to cover for this particular portion of the assets of the banking system. So the non-performing loans are steady and are well covered by their allowances. Even as the banking system continued to grow and remain resilient, one advocacy of the central bank is to facilitate access to formal financial services by a broader segment of our population. And we show here in the next slide the progress that we have done so far. On the left side, we show the share of digital payments to total retail payments. Back 5 years ago, let's say in 2019 or 2020, the proportion of digital payments is about 20% of total retail payments. That has gone up quite dramatically, and it now stands at at least 57% of total retail payments as of 2024. On the right side, we also show the progress that's being done in terms of opening formal financial or banking accounts for the general population. And here we show the basic deposit accounts. Basic deposit accounts are no-frill accounts. The opening requirements are very minimal. The opening balance is small, and the maintaining balance is actually zero. And we can show that a greater portion of the population has opened this type of basic deposit accounts since 2019. If you look at 2019, about 4 million deposit accounts were opened, but now we have more than 26 million accounts of deposit accounts opened by the adult population of the country. So overall, we think that the banking system remains resilient and continue to provide more resources, more services to a broader segment of our population. And we will continue to do so moving forward, Madam Chair. If you look at the external transactions of the Philippines, we show in this slide two charts, Madam Chair. On the left side is the summary of our trade transactions. Trade in goods, the blue chart, the blue bar on the left side, and the services and income portion of our external transactions with the rest of the world. As can be seen, if we look at goods transactions, it's a net deficit. However, if we look at services, and this covers the revenues of business, process outsourcing industry, as well as tourism receipts, the yellow bar, that's a positive. And if we add into it the remittances of OFWs, the green bar, then it could even be a larger positive number for our external transactions. So this services and income portion partially offsets the deficit that we are experiencing in terms of our trade in goods sector. Now, how much buffer do we have in terms of responding to external shocks? One such buffer is the international reserves. Right now, it's about $106 billion, and that amount is sufficient to pay for about 7 months' worth of imports of goods and services. If you look at our obligations, our principal and interest payments for the next 12 months, that amount of reserves is equivalent to more than 3 times the amount that we have to pay in a span of 12 months in terms of interest and principal payments, Madam Chair. So looking at both metrics, we do have an adequate amount of buffers to help us manage external shocks. We now move, Madam Chair, to the proposed near-term macroeconomic assumptions that underline the budgets that are being presented, that is being presented to Congress. And we show here the key numbers. If you look at headline inflation, it could average between 2 to 3% this year. In fact, our latest number is that it could even be below 2%. And then by 2026, it could average 2 to 4%. That is the assumption that is being adopted for 2026. It coincides with the inflation target for that year. For Dubai crude oil prices, it's about $60 to $70 per barrel. Right now, what we are seeing in the market are less than, actually, around $70 per barrel in terms of average for the first 6 months of the year. But if we look at 2026 futures prices, Dubai crude oil prices could average about $65 per barrel. In terms of exchange rate, the assumption is that it could hover within the range of 56 pesos to 58 pesos to $1. In terms of 1-year T-bill rate, it could average this year, 2025, at 5 to 6%. And so far, the average for the first 7 months of the year is at 5.7%. For next year, interest rates could go down, could average between 4.5 to 5.5%. That could reflect the decline in inflation as well as the decline in interest rates in central banks, including the Philippines. And that is also the narrative behind the international interest rates. We show here what is called the secured overnight financing rate for 6 months. It's a benchmark interest rate for the international financial markets. This year, we think it could average about 3.5 to 4.5%. So far, for 7 months, it's at 4.2% average. Next year, it could go down further to 3 to 4%. Again, a reflection of possible easing of inflation pressures and decline in policy rates by central banks across major economies. In terms of goods exports, we continue to recover. It might still be a small negative growth rate for exports this year, but for 2026, we are penciling in a 2% growth. For goods imports, it will grow positive this year, about 3.5%, and further expand by an additional 4% by 2026. Both numbers, Madam Chair, reflects in part some of the uncertainty that we are seeing in the external environment, including the adjustments in the tariff as well as trade policies of other economies. To conclude, Madam Chair, we think that the Philippine economy is in a good position. We recognize that the environment that we are operating in is very much uncertain. There are a lot of challenges, and this, for example, could come from global trade tensions and geopolitical uncertainties. But we think that we are able to preserve the fundamental strength of the economy. On the part of the BSP, we will stay vigilant and continue to promote stability that will foster both a sustainable, broad-based, and inclusive growth for our country. I stop here, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Governor Zeno Abenoja of the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas for that presentation. My apologies, procedurally, we should have started with the remarks from the chairperson of the DBCC. My apologies, Secretary Mina.
Chair, it's okay.
Apo.
We can proceed with the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary Amina Pangandaman. We'll reserve, I guess, the remarks of the DBCC chairperson alongside the presentation of the DBM later on. May we now move to the next presentation from DepDev. May I now recognize Honorable Secretary of the Department of Economy, Planning and Development, the Honorable Arsenio Balisacan.
Honorable Speaker Martin Romualdez, Honorable Senior Deputy Speaker David Suarez, Honorable Chairperson Micaela Angela Swansing of the Committee on Appropriations, and the Senior Vice Chairperson of the same committee, Honorable Albert Garcia, Majority Leader Sandra Marcos, Minority Leader Marcelino Libanan, Honorable members of the House of Representatives, my fellow cabinet secretaries and Deputy Governor Zeno Abenoja, colleagues in government, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the DBCC, I would like to thank the House Committee on Appropriations for the opportunity to present an update on the progress achieved under the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028, along with the economic outlook and policy priorities for the remainder of the Marcos administration. This presentation will cover three parts, as indicated in the outline shown on the screen. Allow me to begin with the socioeconomic context and what we have achieved so far. Launched in December 2022, the PDP 2023 to 2028 serves as our nation's medium-term development roadmap. It outlines the strategies, programs, policies, and legislative priorities that must be implemented for us to achieve our development goals. As a document produced after the COVID-19 pandemic, the PDP aims to reinvigorate job creation, accelerate poverty reduction, and steer our economy back on a high growth path toward a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient society. The plan is framed by the Marcos administration's 8-point socioeconomic agenda and anchored on the Filipino people's long-term vision, the Ambition Natin 2040. The PDP aims to drive comprehensive transformation across the social and economic sectors while strengthening the enabling environment, our institutions, regulatory and policy frameworks, and the physical infrastructure that supports them. The table shown on the screen summarizes our progress over the past 2 years. The economy grew by 5.5% in 2023 and 5.7% in 2024. Among the fastest in emerging Asia, despite various global and domestic headwinds. Our per capita gross national income increased from about $4,000 in 2022 to $4,470 in 2024 US dollars. Growth has been accompanied by stronger labor market outcomes, with unemployment falling and the share of wage and salaried workers rising. Most importantly, poverty incidence dropped to 15.5% in 2023, lifting 2.4 million Filipinos above the poverty line. These gains rest on solid macroeconomic fundamentals. After spiking in 2022, headline and food inflation eased, as shown earlier by our Deputy Governor, thanks to targeted supply and demand-side measures. Fiscal indicators, including our deficit to GDP and debt to GDP ratios, remain broadly within sustainable levels. We also advanced in innovation governance, as reflected in our improved ranking in the Global Innovation Index. Allow me now to put these outcomes into perspective and provide some context. The Philippine economy has experienced robust growth over the past 15 years, with GDP growth averaging between 6 to 7%, with the exception of the sharp contraction we experienced in 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Most recently, GDP growth has averaged about 5.4% in the first half of 2025, still among the fastest in emerging Asia, demonstrating our economy's resilience and stability despite the uncertainties prevailing in the external environment. Despite the setback from the 2020 pandemic, the Philippine economy rebounded strongly, nearly doubling in size over the past 15 years and outpacing many of its regional peers. This resilience has translated into steady income gains. Our per capita GNI continues to rise, bringing us closer to crossing the World Bank's upper middle income threshold. We are poised to reach this milestone within the PDP period, possibly even this year. Our growth story has attracted international attention, strengthening investor confidence. Over the past 3 decades, net FDI inflows have grown significantly, helping us narrow the gap with regional peers. From January to May 2025, net FDI reached $3 billion, mainly from Japan, the United States, Singapore, and South Korea. While this is lower than last year, the moderation reflects global uncertainties and more cautious investor sentiment. Economic expansion has translated into more and better jobs. Since the first half of 2022, about 4.1 million jobs have been created. Unemployment fell from 6% in 2022 to 4.2% in 2025, while underemployment improved modestly. These figures demonstrate that growth is translating into real opportunities for Filipino people, Filipino workers. Stronger growth and better labor outcomes have delivered meaningful poverty reduction. Poverty incidence fell from 18.1% in 2021 to 15.5% in 2023, exceeding our target and lifting millions of Filipinos above the poverty threshold. Encouragingly, progress is consistent across different norms or standards for poverty assessment, underscoring that we are moving in the right direction. It is equally heartening that the poorest households have recently experienced faster income growth compared to higher income groups. This has reduced income inequality, as shown in the declining Gini index, a broadly measure of inequality, signaling that economic growth has become more inclusive and its benefits are reaching more Filipinos. Still, sustaining long-term growth requires diversifying beyond consumption and services, our primary growth pillars. Agriculture and industry continue to face structural challenges, which we must address to reinforce our economic drivers and generate higher quality jobs. Another challenge is the concentration of economic activity in Mega Manila. That's Metro Manila plus Calabarzon and Central Luzon. While most regions have grown faster than the national average, Mega Manila still accounts for more than half of GDP. Achieving balanced, resilient, and more inclusive development requires diversifying our growth engines across the country. To address these challenges, infrastructure development remains a cornerstone of our strategy. Public investments averaged 5.8% of GDP between 2022 and 2024. Projects such as the Pangil Bay Bridge and the Plaridel Bypass have been completed, while more than 200 flagship projects are ongoing or in the pipeline. These investments are critical to connectivity, resilience, and inclusion. In implementing the PDP, we have made significant progress. At the same time, we also encountered many challenges and roadblocks as the global landscape rapidly shifted and evolved. This year, we undertook a review of the plan. This exercise, undertaken in coordination with various government agencies, aimed to assess the current state of the Philippine economy, identify remaining gaps and lessons learned, and chart priorities moving forward for the remaining plan period. Over the last 3 years of PDP implementation, we have learned several lessons. First, strong macroeconomic fundamentals are indispensable. They enable our economy and our people to withstand various geopolitical, environmental, and technological shocks. Second, responding to these headwinds and skillfully navigating these global megatrends requires strategic, evidence-based, and agile policymaking and actions. Third, robust partnerships across various levels of governance between national and local governments, between the executive and the legislative, between the public and private sectors, and between the Philippine government and its international partners are indispensable toward obtaining effective and meaningful results. Finally, as President Marcos has mentioned in his State of the Nation address, progress is meaningless if ordinary people or ordinary Filipinos do not feel it. Hence, we must prioritize our actions and create impact where people feel it the most. Drawing from these lessons, we are determined to use the remaining years of this administration to fast-track and deliver the transformation agenda with greater urgency. Despite global uncertainties, our targets remain broadly on track. We have recalibrated our GDP growth rates, even as we stay on course to reach upper middle income country status within the planned period. Halfway through 2025 and looking ahead of 2026, multilateral institutions such as the IMF, World Bank, ADB, and AMRO project the Philippines to remain among Asia's fastest growing economies. Fiscal discipline remains central, with debt and deficit to GDP ratios projected to decline further. If target headline and food inflation to stay within 2 to 4% to safeguard price stability. For labor market outcomes, we will sustain gains in employment while focusing on the creation of higher quality jobs. We aim to bring poverty incidence down to single-digit level. We will also continue improving innovation and market governance as critical enablers of productivity-driven growth and long-term economic dynamism. We will use our policy instruments to keep prices low and stable, maintain healthy financial markets, consolidate fiscal gains, and enhance spending efficiency. Meanwhile, we will strengthen our investment ecosystem by deepening trade linkages, boosting the competitiveness of our local industries, and equipping our workforce with the skills to thrive in an AI-driven global economy. We will strategically pursue policies and actions that aim to diversify the sources of economic growth and support the flourishing of our regional growth engines. As the President has mentioned in his SONA, we will continue to prioritize measures that have the most significant impact on Filipinos. This includes improving equitable access to quality healthcare, creating education systems that address learning gaps and skills mismatches, and ensuring food security by raising productivity, developing the blue economy, modernizing logistics, and scaling up farm consolidation. With its impact on inclusion and productivity, connectivity remains high on the development agenda. We will sustain high levels of infrastructure development with over 200 flagship projects across various sectors and in different stages of development and implementation. Alongside this, we're implementing the PPP code to mobilize greater private sector participation in our infrastructure build-up with more than 250 PPP projects already underway and about 230 projects in the pipeline. A stronger policy and regulatory environment reinforces our efforts. Over the past 3 years, we have worked closely with Congress to pass reforms that advance human capital, strengthen investment, reinforce fiscal discipline, and create a predictable and enabling framework for growth. We will continue to collaborate with Congress to prioritize transformative reforms identified in the updated PDP. Reforms that will accelerate the realization of our shared development objectives. In closing, while we have made significant progress, the challenges ahead demand bold reforms and sound policy choices. We must continue to build the capacity of our people, transform our institutions, and future-proof our economy. With the 20th Congress as our steadfast partner, we have the opportunity to uplift the lives of our people and shape the future we desire. Together, under Bagong Pilipinas, let us move closer to our shared vision of a matatag, maginhawa at panatag na buhay for every Filipino. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary Balisacan of the Department of Economy, Planning and Development. May we now proceed with the presentation of the Department of Finance. May I respectfully recognize the Secretary of the Department of Finance, Honorable Ralph G. Recto.
Thank you very much. Deputy Speaker, Majority Leader, Madam Chair, the Vice Chairpersons, and members of this committee, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. It is nice to be back in the bigger and better house, which was my home for 11 years, which should have been 13 by now, if I had not been sentenced to do hard labor in the cabinet. Be that as it may, thank you for this opportunity to brief the House about the national government's fiscal position. But before we begin to talk about where we are heading, let us first look back at where this administration began. For our fiscal outlook can only be fully understood within the context of the circumstances we inherited and the global trends that heavily influence our course forward. So allow me to provide these briefly. To start with, this administration came at a time when we needed to rescue an economy flatlined by the pandemic. Bumagsak ang ating ekonomiya ng 9.5%, pinakamababa mula World War II, and the past administration left us with a massive debt of 12.8 trillion. Ang interest sa 12.8 trillion ay kulang-kulang mga 650 billion pesos. And against this backdrop, we navigate an ocean of global uncertainties. Nariyan ang Russia-Ukraine war, El Nino, Israel-Gaza war, Israel-Iran war, geopolitical tensions with China, a Cold War, and now the rise of trade wars. Around the time we crafted the first medium-term fiscal framework in 2022, the world still hoped for a smooth post-pandemic recovery. But these geopolitical tensions interrupted this recovery. Supply chains were disrupted, food and fuel prices surged, inflation soared. In response, central banks tightened interest rates, tempering global growth expectations. Just like every other country, we feel the weight of these global pressures. That is why when I took on the Finance Secretary hat, my first move was to recalibrate our growth and fiscal targets. We now review these targets regularly to keep them attainable, realistic, and adaptive to global headwinds, while staying firmly anchored on sustainable growth. Because fiscal goals rise and fall with growth targets. Setting them unrealistically high in uncertain times risk revenue shortfalls. This would widen the deficit and force us to borrow more. To be clear, tempering these targets is not lowering our ambition. It is sound fiscal discipline. It shows confidence in our ability to deliver and the wisdom to pace ourselves so we can finish strong. Our refined medium-term fiscal program now charts a realistic path to reduce our deficit and debt while creating more jobs, raising incomes, and lifting millions of Filipinos out of poverty along the way. And under this, we have ensured that every peso collected or borrowed will be stretched to deliver the biggest bang per buck for the Filipino people. To put it into perspective, the 2025 national budget stands at 6.35 trillion pesos, of which only 4.64 trillion pesos are supportable by revenues. Ibig sabihin, ang gastusin ng gobyerno ay aabot sa 17.4 billion piso kada araw, but only 12.72 billion pesos per day will be financed by revenue collections, Monday to Sunday, every 24 hours, kada 24 na oras. So against this Herculean task of funding a gargantuan budget, we needed to scout for more resources without inflicting new taxes or bequeathing debts to be paid by future generations. And that is why the DOF hiked GOCC's dividend rates to 75% from 50%, which is now one of our major sources of non-tax revenues. And that is why we are privatizing more underutilized government assets. The BIR and BOC have also stepped up with higher collection performances through digitalization, strict enforcement, and plugging of leakages in the tax system, especially from e-commerce. So far, we are on track to meet our medium-term fiscal framework targets, with revenue collections growing by double-digit for the last 3 years at an average of 13.8% annually. Tax collections have also consistently expanded at an average of 11.5% annually. In fact, in 2024, we achieved a revenue effort of 16.7%, the highest in the last 27 years. We are also on course to meet our fiscal program for the year, having already achieved half of our targets. As of mid-year, our tax collection continued to post double-digit growth, totaling 2.03 trillion pesos. This is 10.7% higher than last year. This robust revenue performance placed us among Asia's top revenue to GDP ratios at 16.7% for the first half of 2025. Our expenditures also grew by 9.5% in the first half of the year, reaching 3.03 trillion pesos. Meanwhile, our fiscal deficit for the first half stood at 765.5 billion pesos, within our mid-year target. As a percentage of GDP, our deficit remains manageable at 5.7% for the semester. Our full-year target is 5.5%. With tax collections projected to grow by an average of 10.2% annually from 2025 to 2028, total revenues are on track to hit nearly 6 trillion pesos by the end of the President's term. By 2030, our total revenues will hit 7 trillion pesos. This means that we are asking the BIR and BOC to work harder and boost efficiency at a faster pace. Our projections also took into account the additional revenues from recently enacted reforms, including the VAT on digital services and the Capital Markets Efficiency Promotion Act. Moreover, we expect more revenues from the soon-to-be enacted rationalization of the Mining Fiscal Regime Act. The DOF is also exploring the possibility of having a general tax amnesty this year. Disbursements, on the other hand, are expected to grow by an average of 6% and remain above 20% of GDP. With higher government revenue collections and improved expenditure management, our fiscal deficit is projected to drop from the pandemic high of 8.6% in 2021 to 5.5% in 2025 and down to about 4% by 2028. It will further drop to around 3% by 2030. And crucial to this is ensuring that we prevent wasteful expenditures. That is why we fully support the President's directive to closely scrutinize the national budget. We prepared the National Expenditure Program with the President to ensure that the projects to be funded in 2026 have the highest multiplier effect. For instance, we are allocating 5 to 6% of GDP for infrastructure spending, 4% of GDP to education, and roughly 4% of GDP to health, agriculture, and social welfare to uplift the lives of Filipinos. In the DOF, we always champion two crucial principles. Una, ikalkula na mabuti ang revenue target. Kasi ang expenditures ay hindi naman open bar sa isang restaurant. Tapos ang bill ibibigay sa tax collecting agencies. Pangalawa, spend taxes well. Because if we demand a receipt for goods sold, the people are also entitled to the resibo of government projects financed by the taxes they paid. For good spending is the best way to encourage tax compliance. People are naturally resistant to taxes, but their tax obedience can be won if they will see how the taxes they paid are spent for the right things at the right price, by the right agency, at the right time. And that is exactly what this administration is doing, putting every peso where it matters most: education, health, agriculture, and infrastructure, and digital connectivity. These investments will create more jobs, raise incomes, and pull more Filipinos out of poverty. We also continue to manage our debt according to the highest standards of fiscal discipline. For we are very vigilant not to max out the Philippine National Credit Card. What people need to understand is that when the Marcos Jr. administration took over in 2022, minana po namin ang 12.8 trillion pesos na utang ng mga nakaraang administrasyon. And we are still repaying these large debts incurred during the pandemic while continuously investing in our people. And even with this, we are making improvements on our debt matrix. If you compare it with our neighbors, our debt is relatively lower than that of most countries in Asia. Japan's total debt is at 485 trillion pesos. Singapore at 53.6 trillion pesos. South Korea at 46.89 trillion pesos. Indonesia at 31 trillion pesos. And Thailand at 17.73 trillion pesos. We're also in the middle of the pack in terms of our national government debt and general government debt to GDP ratios, which calculate our ability to pay. About 69% of our outstanding debt is domestic. Kaya hindi po kayo dapat mabahala dahil utang na ito galing po sa sarili natin. Ibig sabihin, karamihan ng interes ng ating binabayad ay napupunta rin lang bilang dagdag na kita ng ating mga kababayan. We are also strategically favor long-term obligations to reduce our resilience on short-term debt. Currently, long-term debts constitute about 82% of our total debt portfolio. We will continue to adopt an 80-20 borrowing mix in favor of local sources to take advantage of domestic liquidity and mitigate foreign exchange risk. Overall, we will make sure that the economy will continue to outgrow the country's debt. This will ensure that we have the ability to pay for our obligations. If we strictly adhere to our medium-term fiscal program and maintain disciplined and efficient spending, the size of the Philippine economy is projected to reach 42.6 trillion pesos by 2030, while keeping our debt at 24.7 trillion pesos, equivalent to 58% of GDP. This is well within sustainable levels. And you have every reason to be confident that we are managing our obligations prudently, that our financing strategy is clear. In fact, global credit rating agencies affirm this. This is the reason why we earned a credit rating upgrade from RNI, an outlook upgrade from S&P, and consistently high grades from other international agencies. They see what we are seeing: strong macroeconomic fundamentals, prudent debt management, high growth potential, moderate debt burden, and a stable banking system. They know our growth story is strong, our fiscal consolidation is working. We are determined to stick to our medium-term fiscal program by exercising the highest level of fiscal prudence. As I wrap up my presentation, let me assure the honorable members of the House of Representatives that we are on track with our fiscal consolidation plan across the board. We are making good, steady progress on our economic goals. And the impact of our policy decisions is now being felt. Around the world, inflation is expected to average 4.2% this year. But in the Philippines, we already brought it down to just 0.9% in July. This is the direct result of our whole-of-government approach to address high food prices. The global economy is forecasted to grow by only 3% this year, but the Philippines is set to expand at least almost twice that pace, keeping us among the fastest-growing nations in the world. In fact, for the last 3 years, since President Marcos Jr. took office, we grew at an average of 5.9%, among the fastest in Asia. And if we can grow by 6% to 7% annually for the next decade, we will be able to double the size of the Philippine economy. Ibig sabihin, ang kinikita ng bawat Pilipino, dodoble din. Now, I'd like to draw your attention to this slide because it explains a lot of what we are dealing with today. Considering the heavy debt we inherited, the higher policy rates, and the global headwinds from geopolitical tensions and trade wars, we are still growing at a respectable 5.9%. This is the highest among the past administrations, second only to the Aquino, the third administration, which started with a lighter debt load. We're also creating more jobs than ever before. Since we took off over in 2022, we have created roughly 6 million jobs on average, the highest compared to the past administrations. From just 33 million employed in 2006, we now have a record 50.5 million Filipinos at work as of June, and 31.8 million of them have formal, stable jobs. Both unemployment and underemployment are also on a steady decline. These are clear signs that job quality is rising. But we will not rest until we provide more high-quality paying jobs for our people. As opportunities grow, so too does our consumer market, our people's quality of life, and our fight against poverty. In 2023, we have already lifted 2.5 million Filipinos out of poverty since the pandemic. And we will make sure to lift 8 million more Filipinos out of poverty by the end of the President's term. This means dropping our poverty rate to single digits or 9%. This is the be-all and end-all of our efforts, as this is the definitive indicator that our growth has translated into real improvements in the lives of Filipinos through more and better jobs, higher levels of education, and healthier lives. But we cannot achieve this all on our own. Kailangan po namin ang tulong, gabay at suporta nyo sa Kongreso. To the honorable members of Congress, we are already seeing the bagong Pilipinas we promised, and it will not be built by plans alone, but by the budget you will pass in this chamber. The 2026 proposed budget of 6.793 trillion pesos that you will enact will help us get there. So let's ensure that it is a budget that works as hard as the people who fund it, the taxpayers. As we begin the deliberations for the NEP, let us all together carefully choose projects in the budget that deliver the biggest growth and economic benefits for our people. Let us operate within the parameters of the medium-term fiscal program that reduces our deficit and debt gradually, creates jobs, increases income, and decreases poverty. And above all, let us never lose sight of our core mission to deliver on the promise of a better life that every Filipino rightfully deserves under Bagong Pilipinas. And so when history looks back, it will see that the Marcos Jr. administration left the country in a better shape, stronger than we received it. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay ang Bagong Pilipinas.
Thank you very much, Secretary Recto. We would now move to the presentation of the Department of Budget and Management, as well as the remarks of the chairperson of the DBCC. May I now recognize the Honorable Secretary Amina Pangandaman, Secretary of the Department of Budget and Management and chairperson of the DBCC.
Thank you, Chair. To House Speaker Martin Romualdez, Majority Floor Leader Sandro Marcos, Senior Deputy Speaker J.J. Suarez, House Committee on Appropriations Chairperson Micaela Swansing, Senior Vice Chairperson Albert Garcia, Minority Floor Leader Marcelino Libanan, honorable members of the 20th Congress, my fellow economic managers, and colleagues in government, magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for this opportunity to present the key dimensions and priorities of the fiscal year 2026 National Expenditure Program. At the onset, allow me to share that no less than our President sat down with each agency, not just once, but several times, to better understand and plan with them how we can make our agenda for prosperity truly felt by the Filipino people. And our very hardworking officials, bureaus, services, and offices at the Department of Budget and Management and DBCC, together with all departments and agencies of the executive branch, worked hand in hand to ensure the fulfillment of the needs and aspirations of the Filipino people. Hence, what we present to you is a national expenditure program that is not only strategic and fiscally sound, but most importantly, people-centered. We will also continue to pursue our agenda for prosperity, but this time with the theme of nurturing future-ready generations to achieve the full potential of the nation. This theme reflects our commitment to ensure that the budget not only meets our economic targets, but become more about truly uplifting the lives of our people, especially the next generations. At the same time, all of our efforts seek to achieve the full potential of the nation, to borrow the President's words at the last ASEAN meeting, and achieve the bagong Pilipinas we all aspire for. The fiscal year 2026 National Expenditure Program amounts to 6.793 trillion pesos, or equivalent to 22% of the gross domestic product, and is higher by 7.4%. The economic team has worked hard to ensure prudent and sound fiscal management, with our budget deficit targets in mind, considering that we receive a total proposal amounting to 10.101 trillion, way beyond our limited fiscal space. As such, the DBM carefully evaluated all submissions against the following criteria. First, alignment with the Philippine Development Plan. Second, shovel readiness, which means that they are backed with completed feasibility studies, procurement plans, and other requirements to ensure timely implementation of the projects and programs. We also restricted new construction projects to prioritize the completion of those already underway. Third, absorptive capacity, which ensures that agencies can fully utilize their funds. And lastly, fiscal space to maintain sustainability. We also encourage agency to adopt efficiency measures, reducing maintenance and other operating expenses, including travel, training, and utilities, except for critical sectors such as education, health, and agriculture. And finally, we prioritize programs that deliver the highest impact. We also encourage agencies to implement sustainable practices in government operations to ensure that our resources are utilized to meet both present and future public needs. The proposed fiscal year 2026 national budget is composed of two main sources. First, the program appropriations, which account for 64.8% or 4.403 trillion pesos and cover agency-specific and special purpose funds. Next is the automatic appropriations, which make up 35.2% or 2.390 trillion pesos and are authorized by existing laws. Meanwhile, the unprogrammed appropriations stand at 250 billion pesos or 3.7%, which is way low of the total budget, which is way lower than the 4 to 5% threshold set by the multilateral organizations. Moving on to the dimensions of the proposed fiscal year 2026 national budget, by expense class, MOE will receive some 2.640 trillion pesos, the largest share at 38.9%, to fund the implementation of government programs and projects. This is followed by personal services expenditures with 1.879 trillion pesos, cornering 27.7% of the total budget, and reflecting a 15.1% year-on-year growth. This will fund the salaries and other PS benefits of government workers, including the requirements and creation and filling of positions. Finally, capital outlays will be allocated with 1.324 trillion pesos to fund priority infrastructure projects, while financial expenses comprising largely of interest payments will be provided with 950 billion pesos. In line with our commitment to further empower every Filipino, we will allocate 34.1% of the proposed national budget for the social services sector with 2.314 trillion. Next is the economic sector with 27.5% with 1.868 trillion pesos. This will fund priority projects on education, health, social protection, agriculture, and infrastructure, all of which uphold the fundamental rights of Filipinos and promote inclusive and sustainable development. Meanwhile, the general public services and defense sectors will be allotted with 1.2 billion pesos or 17.7% and 430.9 billion pesos with 6.3% respectively, while a total of 978.7 billion or 14.4% will be provided for debt burden, comprising interest payments and net lending to government corporations. By recipient units, the national government agencies will receive 4.305 trillion pesos or 63.4% of the total proposed budget. While NGAs receive the largest share, it is only 4.5% higher than this year's budget, significantly lower than the overall budget increase, with most of the additional funds going to local government units and GOCCs. LGUs will receive 20% at 1.35 trillion pesos, excluding locally implemented projects funded through national agencies. Interest payments to creditors will amount to 950 billion pesos or 14%. And then finally, the GOCCs will be allocated with 188.3 billion pesos in the form of subsidy and equity support, as well as net lending assistance. On the proposed fiscal year 2026 national budget, 4.360 trillion pesos or 64.2% will be directly allocated to the regions. Of this amount, NCR will receive 902.3 billion pesos, Luzon with 1.660 trillion pesos, Visayas with 755.2 billion pesos, and Mindanao with 1.043 trillion pesos. The remaining 35.8% or 2.433 trillion pertains to the non-regionalized budget. This is composed of the nationwide and central office allocations amounting to 1.740 trillion and 689.7 billion respectively. Meanwhile, nearly 52% of our proposed national budget will go to the top 10 departments with the highest allocations, fulfilling our constitutional mandate and consistent with our commitment to advancing human capital development. The Department of Education will receive the largest share with 928.5 billion pesos or 13.7% of the total proposed 2026 national budget. With greater determination to nurture future-ready generations, while we consistently meet the constitutional mandate to give the education sector the highest budgetary priority, we are now doing even more to secure a better future for our children. We have significantly increased the budget for basic and higher education with 1.224 trillion pesos in order to meet the UNESCO's recommendation of allocating at least 4% of the country's GDP for education. This is a first, and we want to thank the President for supporting us as we ensure that the government immediately responds to the crisis in nutrition and early childhood development. The DBM worked very hard to fully fund this mission to save our children and achieve this breakthrough child-responsive budget target. And I hope Congress will also support this. Together, let us take immediate action to fight child malnutrition, addressing the learning crisis, and support our youth in fulfilling their dreams. Moreover, education expenditures account for about 16.6% of the proposed budget, aligned with the UNESCO Education 2030 framework target of 15 to 20% of total public expenditures on education, even exceeding the global average of only 14.2%. This substantial allocation reflects our commitment to delivering quality education not only through basic and higher education, but also supporting the education needs of BARM and recognizing the important contributions of local governments in managing their special education fund. This means that for fiscal year 2026, we will create more teaching and non-teaching positions, deliver more laptops to our teachers, build more school buildings and classrooms, establish more child development centers, and give scholarships and job opportunities to more students. Ang lahat ng ito ay ginagawa po natin para sa ating mga kabataan dahil sa bagong Pilipinas, bawat bukas mahalaga. To complement this, we are also prioritizing health, social welfare, and labor and employment dahil bawat buhay mahalaga. We are also focusing on uplifting the lives of our farmers and ensuring our nation's food security dahil bawal butil mahalaga. Other departments in the top 10 are public works, defense, interior and local government, transportation, and the judiciary. Meanwhile, to ensure a whole-of-government approach in implementing the proposed fiscal year 2026 national budget, we will use the program convergence budgeting approach, an interagency effort to eliminate program duplication and align target beneficiaries, resources, and timelines across agencies as directed by our President. We have identified 15 PCB programs that directly support the priorities of the Philippine Development Plan, including the Risk Resiliency Program and the Water Resources Program. New PCBs are also introduced in fiscal year 2026, including PCB on Public Financial Management System, which aims to enhance transparency and efficiency across financial management systems, and building early growth to integrated nurturing or BEGIN program, which aims to address stunting and other recommendations in the EDCOM 2 Year 2 report. These are just some of the key highlights of our proposed fiscal year 2026 national budget. To provide a more comprehensive overview of the government's priority programs and projects, we have also prepared a short video presentation. Sana po ay inyong pagtuunan ng pansin ang budget na ito. Dahil sa bawat programang inilaan dito, nakasalalay ang pag-angat ng buhay ng ating mga kababayan, lalong-lalo na po ang mga kabataan. Handa po ang DBM kasama ang buong gabinete na ipagtanggol ang fiscal year 2026 National Expenditure Program ayon sa malinaw at matatag na direksyon tungo sa isang bagong Pilipinas. Isang bagong Pilipinas kung saan natutupad ang mga pangarap ng ating mga kabataan, may lunas at pag-aaruga para sa mga may karamdaman at may agarang tulong para sa mga nasalanta. May sapat na suporta para sa ating mga magsasaka at may pagkain sa hapag ng bawat pamilya. At sa amin po, sa DBM, sisiguraduhin po namin na ang bawat pisong buwis ng taong bayan, bunga ng pawis at pagsusumikap, ay magbabalik bilang makabuluhang serbisyo at tunay na kaginhawaan para sa lahat. We will ensure that transparency and accountability are embodied in our budget. Dahil sa bagong Pilipinas, mahalaga ang buhay ng bawat Pilipino. Maraming salamat po.
Sa likod ng bawat budget ay may buhay, may pamilya, at may bukas na nakasalalay.
Dumating yung panahon na walang-wala, as in wala. Kakain lang kami sa umaga at saka sa gabi.
Isa po, napulot po yung palay namin kasi wala kami nakakanan.
Hindi nagkataon na kami sa panahon sa tiangta na kami namin kaibigan. Awan ko doktor ito.
Ito ang mga boses sa likod ng mga numero. Boses na pinakikinggan at tinutugunan ng budget ng bayan. For fiscal year 2026, the proposed national budget amounts to 6.793 trillion pesos, prioritizing programs in line with the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028. This is how we advance our agenda for prosperity, by nurturing future-ready generations to achieve the full potential of the nation. Dahil sa bagong Pilipinas, mahalaga ang buhay ng bawat Pilipino.
Ibubuhos pa natin ang lahat-lahat, hindi lamang upang mapantayan, kundi mahigitan pa ang pagbibigay ginhawa sa ating mga kababayan.
Education has always been a top priority in the national budget. And in 2026, for the first time, we are allocating nearly 4% of our GDP to basic and higher education, meeting UNESCO's global benchmark. Mas maigting at agarang aksyon ang ating tugon dahil bawat bukas mahalaga. Mahigit 50,000 teaching at non-teaching positions ang nalikha mula 2024. Sa susunod na taon, 65,000 pa ang malilikha upang lubusan ng matugunan ang kakulangan sa guro, maging sa school counselors at administrative staff. Mas pinalawak rin natin ang DepEd computerization program sa pamamagitan ng 48,000 laptop packages para sa ating public school teachers. Noong 2024, mahigit 3,000 silid-aralan ang itinayo natin at 4,000 pa ang itatayo sa 2026. Bilang karagdagang tugon sa krisis ng edukasyon, mahigit 600,000 tutor ang tutulong sa ating mga mag-aaral sa public schools sa ilalim ng Academic Recovery and Accessible Learning o ARAL program. Lalo pa nating pagtitibayin ang Alternative Learning System o ALS para sa ating mga out-of-school youth and adults.
Sa ALS ko nakita yung isang pamilya, isang samahan na mga out-of-school youth na binubuo muli yung pangarap nila.
Patuloy ang paghahatid natin ng libre at dekalidad na tertiary education upang mas marami pang kabataan ang magkamit ng magandang kinabukasan. Magkakaroon ng Bagong Pilipinas Merit Scholarship Program upang matulungan ang mga karapat-dapat na mag-aaral na makamit ang kanilang mga pangarap.
Dahil hangad natin na sa lalong madaling panahon, ang bawat isang pamilya ay may anak na nakapagtapos ng kolehiyo o sa TESDA.
Upang mas maraming Pilipino pa ang magkaroon ng kakayahang kumita, magtrabaho at umasenso, mas palalawakin pa ang technical education and vocational training ng TESDA.
Malaking tulong kasi tulad dati parang mag-aalangan ka kasi wala kang alam. Ngayon parang taas noo ako na sobrang proud ako natapos ko. Pag nag-aral ka ng TESDA, professional ka na po talaga.
Mananatiling prioridad ang kalusugan dahil bawat buhay mahalaga. To ensure equitable access to quality healthcare, we are increasing the budget for DOH hospitals in Metro Manila and other regions. This covers the operations of the Bagong Urgent Care and Ambulatory Service or BUCAS centers. Pinalawak rin ang PhilHealth coverage. Sa purok kalusugan, mas malayong mga purok ang maaabot ng serbisyong pangkalusugan sa tulong ng mga health personnel at barangay health workers. Dahil bawat buhay mahalaga, we are transforming the country's social protection system. Sa patuloy na pagtugon sa hamon ng kahirapan, ang budget na nakalaan sa Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program o 4Ps ay halos doble para sa 2026.
Sa pamamagitan po ng 4Ps, hindi lang pag-asa binigay po sa akin. Buhay talaga. Pangalawang buhay.
At upang patuloy ang pag-unlad, patuloy rin ang tulong na matatanggap ng graduating 4Ps beneficiaries sa pamamagitan ng Sustainable Livelihood Program o SLP. Milyon-milyong disadvantaged at displaced workers ang nabigyan na ng hanap buhay ng TUPAD program at patuloy itong magbibigay ng suporta sa mahigit 1 milyon pang manggagawa sa 2026. Tungo sa food security, patuloy ang suporta sa mga magsasaka at pagtaguyod ng sustainable agriculture dahil bawat butil mahalaga. Upang palakasin pa ang produksyon ng bigas, mas paigtingin natin ang suporta sa National Rice Program at palalawakin ang pamamahagi ng lupa sa pamamagitan ng support to parcelization of lands for individual titling project. Titriplehin din natin ang pondo para sa Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund o RCEF para sa seed development at farm mechanization.
Lumaki po ang aming income. Dahil sa teknolohiya, napadali na po lahat ang pagsasaka.
Magbibigay rin ng rice training ang RCEF sa pamamagitan ng iba't ibang institusyon tulad ng TESDA.
Noong pong kami ay napapasok at nag-seminar sa TESDA, doon po namin natutuna kung paano namin iisa-isahin, step by step. Nakita po namin na gumaganda po yung ani basta sinusunod po namin yung aming pinag-aralan.
Ipagpapatuloy din natin ang Rice for All program na maghahatid ng abot-kayang bigas sa mga kadiwa centers at lokal na pamilihan. Sa halagang 20 pesos kada kilo, makakabili na ng pangunahing pagkain ang bawat Pilipino. Magtatayo naman tayo ng National Agricultural Food Hub sa Clark para maging pangunahing distribution and marketing center. Dadagdagan pa natin ang mga farm-to-market roads upang mas mapadali ang transportasyon ng ating mga produkto.
Kung nung magawa yung farm-to-market road na to, napakalaking ginawa po. Kaya po lubos na nagpapasalamat kami.
To sustain economic growth, we will continue allocating 5 to 6% of GDP annually for the Build Better More infrastructure program. In 2026, we will build better and build more road networks, railway systems, airports, subways, and busways, and other public transportation projects. The progress goes beyond physical infrastructure. Digital transformation is also essential. At upang masiguro na bawat Pilipino ay may national ID, bibigyan natin ng mas mataas na pondo ang Philippine Identification System.
Through PhilSys registration, magkakaroon sila ng national ID na magagamit nila sa kanilang mga pagkakakilanlan.
Tungo sa patuloy na paglago ng ating ekonomiya, palalakasin pa natin ang suporta sa mga micro, small, and medium enterprises sa pamamagitan ng MSME Development Program at Shared Service Facilities Project.
Ngayong meron na po kaming SSF project, marami na po mga member nagkaroon ng mga dagdag pagkakitaan.
Towards sustainability, we will continue tracking our climate change expenditures. And we are making disaster resilience a budget priority by enhancing flood control and empowering local communities through the People's Survival Fund, or PSF. Fiscal decentralization is strengthened with a bigger national tax allotment share for LGUs and a higher block grant for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. And as we gear up to host the ASEAN Summit in 2026, we reaffirm our commitment to regional cooperation and global partnerships. And we are putting the Filipino people at the heart of it all.
Sa likod ng bawat programa, may buhay, may kwento, at may pangarap. At sa pamamagitan ng 2026 National Budget, sama-sama nating tutuparin ito sa bagong Pilipinas, kung saan bawat bata, saan man sulok ng bansa, ay may pag-asang makapag-aral at matupad ang pangarap dahil bawat bukas mahalaga. Isang bagong Pilipinas kung saan ang may sakit, lalo na ang mahihirap, ay may ospital na matatakbuhan, doktor na makukonsulta, at gamot na abot kaya, at kung saan sa gitna ng krisis may agarang tulong dahil bawat buhay mahalaga. Isang bagong Pilipinas kung saan ang mga magsasaka ay may sapat na suporta, at kung saan ang bigas ay maaaring bilhin sa abot kayang halaga. Dahil bawat butil mahalaga. Dahil sa bagong Pilipinas, bawat budget ay para sa mamamayan. Thank you very much, and we are ready to answer your questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Secretary Amina Pangandaman and DBM family, Secretary Ralph Recto and DOF family, Secretary Arsenio Balisacan, and to the DepDev family, and Deputy Governor Abenoja, and to the whole BSP family. Okay, before we proceed with the questions, ComSec, please recognize the additional members that joined us today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May we acknowledge the presence of Vice Chair Baby Aline Vargas Alfonso, Vice Chair Patricia Calderon, Vice Chair Dale Corvera, Vice Chair Loreto Amante, Vice Chair John Tracy Cagas, Vice Chair Renanto Arrogancia, Vice Chair Cocoyap, Vice Chair Ando Aminal, Vice Chair Jerry Espina, Vice Chair Johan Bautista, Vice Chair Ferdinand Hernandez, Vice Chair Maria Carmen Zamora, Vice Chair Imelda Di Maporo, and the following House members: Representative Christine Chutor, Representative Walfredo de Maguila, Representative Jeffrey Ferrer, Representative Jorge Bacobo, Representative Franz Legaspi, Representative Lani Mercado, Representative Olga Ko, Representative Antonio Ko, Deputy Minority Leader Crisel Lagman, Representative Tony Pet Albano, Representative Jose Manuel Lagdemeo, Representative Larnie Roque, Representative Ramil Hernandez, Representative Roy Gonzalez, Representative Joel Chua, Representative Amado Bulilla Defort, Deputy Minority Leader Ana Victoria Veloso Tuason, Deputy Majority Leader Zia Alonto Adjong, Representative Rebecca Inares, Vice Chair Rachel Arenas, Representative Irene Labad-Labad, Representative Mark Coanco, Vice Chair Arnie Pentebella, and Representative Terry Ridon. May we also acknowledge the presence of Undersecretary Adrian Carlos Bersamin of the PLLO. Good morning, sir. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, ComSec. We will now proceed to the questions from the members. A few reminders. May I remind our distinguished colleagues that each member is given 5 minutes for questioning and interpellation, excluding the response of the resource persons. And when you hear the bell sound, it means that you only have 30 seconds, and please wind up your questions. On the part of the resource persons, may we request for the responses to be brief, just so we can facilitate the movement more quickly. And then I would also like to request our members to please refrain from asking questions that have already been asked by other House members previously. Third, please keep the questions institutional and macroeconomic in nature. Please make sure that the questions are directed to the agencies, and parochial concerns may be addressed at the right forum and at the right time. So today, if we may please keep the questions institutional and macroeconomic in nature. Please also, when you start your questions, please also indicate to which agency you are directing your question. And finally, as part of a long-standing and respected tradition of the House of Representatives to accord preferential treatment to the minority members of the House, followed by the independent and majority members in an alternating manner, I will now proceed to recognize the first member to ask questions, Senior Deputy Minority Leader Edgar Arice.
Thank you, Madam Chair, colleagues, members of the DBCC. Good morning. Before moving forward to the 2026 national budget, I think it will be beneficial if we learn from the past. So may I just ask some clarificatory questions? In the 2025 budget, during the bicameral conference committee, an unprecedented portion of the general appropriations bill, which is 373 billion, to be specific about it, was cut and diverted to other items, either augmenting existing items or funding new ones. The items completely defunded were placed in the unprogrammed funds. Were you aware of this? Huge cuts in the GAB? I ask because such a magnitude of deduction and diversion significantly undermines the development plan that the National Expenditure Program sought to fund. May hear the
SDML
answer
Erice,
from-
may I ask to which agency you're directing your question?
to both the Secretary of DBM and the Secretary of Finance.
Secretary Pangandaman, Secretary Recto, if you may please respond to the query of the Honorable
Yes.
Erice.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, but the audio is quite, malabo. It's, and if I can just repeat it, your question is that, are we aware
Yes.
of the changes?
Of the 373 billion, to be specific about.
No, Mr. Chair. No, Madam Chair.
If you are not aware,
This is from GAB, sir, Madam Chair, from GAB. HGAB po. If I hear it right, Madam Chair. From HGAB po, Madam Chair, we are not aware po.
yes, but when the 2025 budget was given to the President announced publicly that he will review it personally. Of course, I'm sure that the President consulted you. After reviewing, ang binito lang po ng ating Pangulo ay 26 billion. Masyado pong maliit kumpara doon sa malaking pagbabago. Ang ibig po bang sabihin nito ay na-alter na yung ating development plan o yung President's budget? I'm asking this because since 2023, mahigit 1 trillion na po yung budget cuts ng Kongreso sa budget ng Pangulo. Nag-agree po ba ang Pangulo dito sa budget cut na to dahil 26 billion lang po yung kanyang binito? And what will be the effect of this on the plans and programs of the President's budget?
Yes. Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, there is a saying, the executive proposes, the Congress disposes of the budget, and the executive implements the budget. Having said that, the President, in his wisdom, his first pass was to veto a few portions in the budget. Now, during the time of implementation of the budget, the President has decided not to release the entire appropriations today. And why is that? Because it may not be consistent with the Philippine Development Plan of his administration. So, if the President sees, for example, that there are double entries in a particular project, he's not bound to release these appropriations. So, at any given time, during budget execution, the President can withhold releases of the budget if it is not consistent with the priorities of his administration. And as of today, my understanding is that roughly 60 to 80 billion has still been withheld.
Madam Chair, these cuts were unprecedented. I've been in Congress for quite some time. Ngayon lang po, ganyang kalaki yung budget cuts. Nag-explain po ba ang Kongreso kung ano ang dahilan? Bakit mayroong ganito kalaking pagbabawas?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, please?
These budget cuts, the biggest, 3 years, 200 plus billion in 2023, 400 billion plus in 2024, and for 2025, 300 billion plus.
Just to correct.
This is unprecedented.
Yes.
I've been in Congress for quite some time, This is my 13th year in Congress. Wala pong ganyang nangyayari.
Mr. Speaker,
Na binabawasan ng ganyang kalaki yung President's budget. Ano po kaya ang dahilan nito?
Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that these are not budget cuts, but realignments done by Congress, by both the House and the Senate.
Yes, but this is budget
Everything-
cuts as far as the President's programs, development programs.
That's correct.
So,
And
ano po kaya ang dahilan? Ano po ang binigay na dahilan ng Kongreso kung bakit?
ang mga
At
kasagot-
makikita po natin na karamihan po na ito ay nangyayari during the BICAM.
Yes. Ang mga kasagot,
Nawa po walang visa po yung matagal na pinag-aralan ng mga departamento at binibigay po yung completely to the BICAM yung
yes.
desisyon para sa mga programa na matagal ng plenano ng ating Pangulo.
Ang makakasagot po niyan ay ang Kongreso, hindi ang executive.
But have you not asked, Mr. Secretary? Sa LEDAC po, meron po tayong LEDAC, Legislative Executive Development. Meron po ba tayong
Well, the fact,
pag-uusap
yes.
tungkol po dito?
The fact is, Mr. Speaker, is that the President today has withheld some appropriations passed by Congress. And these are realignments because they are not consistent with the Philippine Development Plan or the priorities of his administration.
Opo, pero ito po ay nakakabalang sa programa ng ating Pangulo. Gusto nating matulungan ng ating Pangulo, dapat siguro po ay sinisiguro natin talaga na yung kanyang mga priorities ay mapopondohan at hindi po yung priorities ng iba.
That is correct. At yan ang panawagan ng ating
At
Pangulo.
kayo po
Yes.
ang DBM at ang Secretary of Finance at ang Department of Development siguro po ang dapat na manguna. Dahil natatandaan ko po yung mga Pangulo, pag binabago yung kanilang budget, talagang hindi sila pumapayag. Kahit magkaroon ng re-enacted budget, kahit na ma-delay yung approval, tatandaan ko po during the time of President Gloria, halos wala pong napapasa na budget on time dahil dito sa mga ganitong pagbabago sa President's budget. Ngayon po, unprecedented for 3 years, biggest budget cuts.
Kaya
1 trillion pesos. Imagine,
SDML
gaano po kalaki yung
Teresa,
1 trillion pesos.
Just wanted to, may I request you to wrap up? One more question before we move to the next member.
Marami pa po akong questions siguro po in the next round, but meron lang po isang bagay na kailangan po natin sigurong tanong. This is a policy question. Ban on transfer of appropriation, Section 25, Article 6, Section 26 of GAA, amending specific substantive laws and a number of legislations, Syntax, Reform Act, Train Law, Universal Healthcare, and a number of jurisprudence were violated by the reduction of complete defunding of budget or complete defunding of budgets of certain programs. If you knew this, you could have raised them before the legislator to stop the budget cuts. Are you also aware that the some budget insertions that increase the earmark funds of certain programs and projects of departments and agencies in the special account in the general fund may have resulted in the GAA 2025 breaching the net? Mas malaki po yung inaprubahan na GAA kaysa National Expenditure Program. This is unconstitutional. Article 6, Section 25, 1. Can you comment on this?
Ang karamihan ng katanungan po ninyo ay masasagot ng Kongreso at hindi ng Executive. Dahil karamihan nito ay nanggaling sa BICAM at hindi naman kasamang Executive sa BICAM.
But before the President should sign the GAA, siguro po dapat malaman niya kung talagang unconstitutional yung kanyang pipirmahan. Kung ito po ay sumobra, yung GAA po ay sumobra dun sa pernisinta ng executive na National Expenditure Program, ay dapat siguro po bago na pirma ng Pangulo ay napag-aralang mabuti ito.
From what I know, the President vetoed a portion of the budget and which reduced the General Appropriations Act.
He vetoed several items in Mr. Secretary on the Department of Public Works and Highways. Dahil ito po ay maaring lumaki dun sa budget ng DepEd. Meron pong constitutional question dito. Pero po ang tinatanong natin ngayon, are you aware kung talaga bang yung ating GAA ay sumobra sa halaga ng ipresinta ng Executive Department the National Expenditures Program?
We are not aware, Mr. Speaker.
Maybe we can go back on this later because there were figures presented by one of our members during a privileged speech that shows that the GAA is bigger than the NEP. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, SDML Erice. We'll now move to the next member to ask questions, the Honorable Toby Chanco from the Independent Bloc.
Yes, Madam Chair. The highlight of the President's SONA was nung sinabi na mahiya naman kayo, initiative, errata for the boys SOP. So ang initiative at errata ay nanggagaling po yan sa Kongreso. Kaya nga medyo nahirapan si Sec. Ralph na sagutin kung paano nabawasan yung iba dahil talagang Kongreso po may alam yan. At dalawang pagkakataon po yan, sa BICAM at sa Small Committee. So I would like to ask the Chair to furnish all of the members the signed report of the Small Committee for 2025. Wait, bakit gumagalaw yung oras ko? Hindi naman kasama yung sagot.
Thank you very much, Representative Chanco. The request will be put under consideration and we will let you know if it's possible to...
No. Madam Chair, why should it be put under consideration? This is of public record. This is in accordance with our rules. That all committee reports must be given to all members. And that shouldn't be taken against my time because you're telling me that, teka, balik natin yung oras ko kasi sinasabi nila that will be taken into consideration. It should not be taken into consideration. Madam Chair, allow me to read this, no? Declaration of Principles and Policies. Section number 2 of our rules. Public office is a public trust. The House of Representatives and every member thereof are accountable to the people at all times. I will not read the ending portion. Number 3, efficient and effective access to and dissemination of appropriate and accurate information are imperative in lawmaking. So why should it be taken into consideration, Madam Chair?
This representation was not the Appropriations Chair at the time. So the person who's covering the jurisdiction of that particular document, that is a document within the purview of the 19th Congress. Given that we've now crossed over to the 20th Congress, we would need to consider that request.
Madam Chair, that's not acceptable. This is public records. Pareho pa naman yung COMSEC natin. At yan dapat linalagay sa archives. Do I have to read the rules again regarding archives of all documents? So may ang daming violation, Madam Chair. Walang record, hindi binigay. Ngayon, it's not readily available. Walang record sa archives. Ano to, sikreto?
Again, this representation was
No,
not the
let's ask the
appropriations
committee
chair.
chair. Let's ask
at
the
the time.
committee secretary, where are the signed records of the 2025 small committee report? Madam Chair, simple lang to. Kung electronic copy, dapat lahat may electronic copy. So dapat i-email sa amin lahat within 5 minutes, di ba?
Meeting suspended. Meeting is resumed. As a response to the Honorable Chanco, we will look into the records and
Madam-
look at the
Madam Chair.
particular item. The subject matter of today's hearing is the briefing on the 2026 budget. So this is an internal matter that may
No,
be
it's
taken
not.
up with the Committee on Appropriation
No, it's
separately. So
Madam
we would,
Chair, starting Wednesday, tatanungin natin yung mga departamento, paano nila ginastos yung budget nila. Paano natin sila tatanungin kung paano nila ginastos yung budget nila kung hindi natin alam paano sila nabawasan at paano sila nadagdagan.
we
So
will be able to scrutinize the performance of the different agencies as well as the utilization of the different line items based on the 2025 performance.
No.
So this does not preclude us from doing that scrutiny.
Meron ba o wala?
We would
Mer-
have to look into the records.
How
May
can-
I ask exactly what you are asking for?
The small committee report of the 2025 budget. Let us just ask the COMSEC kung meron o wala. Kung meron, why was it not filed sa archives based on our rules 15 days after? So meron ba o wala? Simple. Kung meron, bakit hindi na-file sa archives? Kung wala, I will let you proceed, Madam Chair. I will not hold this budget hostage. Gusto ko lang malaman, meron o wala.
The HGAB itself, the output of the small committee is already embedded into the HGAB itself. So that's the report. That's the output of the small
It's
committee.
not the report, Madam Chair. Based on our rules, each committee must come out with a report. No committee is exempted from coming out with a committee report. Please check Section 39 of Rule 9 of our rules. Kasi di ba kung meron, ang dali-dali naman, di ba kawala?
So the small committee is subsumed within the Committee on Appropriations, and it is the Committee on Appropriations who's required to submit the committee report. In this case, the report and the output of the Committee on Appropriations is the HGAB.
No, it's not. The HGAB is different from a committee report. Just like any other bill, the bill is different from the committee report. There must be a committee report included to the bill. It is not one and the same.
At the point of after the committee hearings are done, the Committee on Appropriations comes out with a committee report, and then it moves to plenary, at which point we approve it and the small committee works. So now the output of the Committee on Appropriations, once that is elevated to the plenary, is the HGAB.
No.
So there's no other committee report that needs to be furnished by the Committee on Appropriations apart from the HGAB itself.
It is not exempted from our rules, Madam Chair. Maliwanag, Section 39. Gusto niyo basahin niyo? Okay. I will ask the committee secretariat, how many meetings were held?
There were 2 meetings.
2 meetings. Did you follow, nasaan yung minutes ng meetings? Where were the meetings held? What date? Madam Chair, I can read Section 39 of our rules to make it clear that the committee report is different from the HGAB, but I don't want it to take up my time. Iba po yun eh, kasi tignan nyo yung BICAM. Di ba may BICAM report? Doon sa BICAM report, teka muna, ba't umaandar yung oras ko? Hindi pa nila natatapos yung isyong rineraise ko. Doon sa BICAM report, nakasulat, okay, yung BICAM report, pinipintasan natin. Pero yung BICAM report, may nakasulat doon kung alin yung nabawasan, alin yung nadagdagan. Dito sa HGAB, wala tayong makita kung alin yung nabawasan, alin yung nadagdagan.
With the indulgence of Representative Chanco, so the COMSEC is currently looking into the specific request as well as the level of detail that you are requesting.
No, within 5 minutes, I need the committee report.
If we may please move on to the other questions
Yes,
while
but-
they're working on
Yes,
this.
I will. But if within 5 minutes wala yan, ibig sabihin wala yan, ngayon palang gagawa yan. Ang gusto natin na committee report is the same as the BICAM. Okay? The same as the BICAM. Nakasulat kung saan binawas, saan nadagdag. Okay, I will mention why it is very important. Okay, ito may dalawang distrito, no? At sino ang nag-introduce ng amendment? May dalawang distrito, hindi naman to kasalanan ng congressman doon sa distritong yon. Ang NEP nila is 2.530 billion. And then pagdating sa GAA, naging 20.999 billion. Isa pa, 1.508583 billion sa NEP. Pagdating sa GAA, 20,795. So, tapos, ang pinasok lang sa BICAM dito is 5 billion and 4 billion each. So, ang napasok dun sa small committee is 13 billion. Dun sa isa, yung isa 14 billion. So, sino yung nagpasok ng 13 billion na yun at saan tinanggal yun?
So again, the small committee is subsumed within the Committee on Appropriations, and it is not required to render a
No,
separate
I
committee
did-
report. The rule that you are citing, Honorable Chanco, pertain to standing committees. And the mother committee in this case of the small committee is the Committee on Appropriations.
Yes, but did we exempt the Committee on Appropriations not to submit a committee report? No.
Again, the committee report of the Committee on Appropriations at the plenary level is the HGAB itself.
Yeah, but all meetings, dito sa ating rules, all meetings must be on record. So it's not only the committee report, dapat yung small committee na yon, meron silang report na finurnish lahat.
Again, if with the indulgence of the Honorable Chanco, the COMSEC is looking into the request, if we may move to the next question.
Okay, I will move to the next question.
Thank
so,
you very
mukhang
much.
wala talaga. Signed committee report showing ano yung binawas, saan napunta. Okay. So it's only now, Madam Chair, that you found out that there is no small committee report? Madam Chair, it's only today that you found out that there's no small committee report?
Again, Representative Chanco, I was not the chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations at time, nor was I linked to the budget deliberations or the deliberations of the small committee. So this is something that we are looking into based on your query.
Okay. So, you mentioned in a press conference that you will have a subcommittee on budget amendments to replace the small committee. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Does it mean that we will now strictly follow section 56 and 57 of our rules, that before after we approve on second reading, no further amendments will be made?
Yes, that is correct.
So, lahat ng individual amendments will be tackled before approval on second reading?
All amendments of institutional nature will all be included in the version of the bill that will be approved on second reading.
No, not institutional. I'm referring to committee and individual amendments.
Technically speaking, yes, both committee and individual amendments as moved, as tackled during the period of amendments in the plenary.
So after the second reading, wala na pong babaguhin?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Sumunod, sino po ang mga miyembro ng small committee at paano sila pinili?
As of now, it's an ongoing discussion. It will not be small.
Oh, the
It's actually
subcommittee on
be
budget amendments.
Yes. So we are looking into representatives nominated by each of the political parties, plus the party list coalition, plus members of the minority. So we are looking at least, just looking at that, at least 10 members. So discussions are still ongoing, so I'm unable to say definitively how many the members are and who the members are.
So sinabi niyo po, political parties, majority, minority.
That is correct.
Bakit wala pong representative ang independents? Hindi pa po kami dapat tumingin din sa budget?
That could be considered. Thank you very much for pointing that out, Representative Shanko.
So is it a affirmative that the independents will be represented?
Madam Chair, point of order, Madam Chair. Kasi kanina I was asking kung ano ito, kung hearing ito o briefing. Ang sagot sa akin, briefing. Sa naririnig ko parang hearing. Because we are now discussing, things that are properly discussed in the committee itself. So, with apologies to my friend Congressman Chanco, baka maybe that can be discussed in a formal APRO meeting kasi we have our resource persons here that probably are wondering why they are listening to all of this. And so that also the briefing can proceed, Your Honor.
Yes, to my friend, of course, the respected Honorable Puno. But on Wednesday, we will ask them how they spent their funds. So I think we all also should know whether they were deducted funds or added funds before we ask them how they. Di ba po parang pag kahit bata, pag humingi ng allowance, bago humingi ng bagong allowance, titignan muna kung paano ginastos, di ba? So, and I'm winding up. Tech Puno, Congressman Puno.
No, I am not unhappy with the questions. In fact, some of them are my own questions also. I was just observing that the ruling was that this is a briefing. So I myself have been forced to revise some of the questions I was going to ask. But thank you for your lead on this.
Okay, next. Lahat po ba dapat digital na ngayon? Bakit wala pong soft copy ang HGAB?
Wala pa pong HGAB
Hindi.
for
Ibig sabihin
fiscal
yung
year 2025.
2025 HGAB, wala pong soft copy yan. So bakit po kaya walang soft copy ang HGAB? Kung yung NEP may soft copy na pinapublish po yung DBM, kung yung GAA na papublish po, may soft copy. Bakit po kaya walang soft copy yung HGAB? At sigurado po ba tayo na magkakaroon ng soft copy ang HGAB ngayong 2026 budget?
So the requirement of the transmission between the House and the Senate is for hard copies during the 19th Congress. So that's the version that was prepared by the House, because that's the requirement of the Senate in terms of the transmittal. Now, though, we are changing that and we are now moving more towards a digital format, which will render to the members of the House.
Okay, yun lang po. So you commit that doon sa 2026 budget, meron na pong soft copy?
Yes, we commit.
Ng after third reading?
Yes, we commit.
Okay. So thank you po. 3 minutes na lang po, tapos na yung 5 minutes. So dapat matanggap na namin yung email ng small committee report, Madam Chair.
Again, we will revert back to you on that, Honorable Chanco. Again, the committee secretariat is looking into that. This is something that we can discuss internally. It's an internal matter of the Committee on Appropriation. So I would also not want that to hinder all of the other members to ask their questions pertaining to the 2026 fiscal year budget. So if we can get back to you on that, again, I can also ask the COMSEC to sit down and tackle the request, which we will put under consideration.
No, Madam Chair, I don't need to sit down with the COMSEC. I am just requesting that each and every member of the House be given the copy of the small committee report wherein makikita po kung saan po nagbawas ng kasi walang madadagdag kung walang binawas. So yun lang po ang hinihingi ko, pakita lang kung saan binawas at saan dinagdag. Yun lang ang hinihingi ko. And hindi naman po pwede ngayon lang yan gagawin kasi ano yan public record yan And I'm sorry to disagree, but public funds is not an internal matter. Di ba? Kaya nga natin ginawang transparent to because it's not internal. Pag nagtanong tayo tungkol sa pera ng taong bayan, every question is valid and every question is a public matter. It is not an internal matter dahil pera po ito ng taong bayan. So, yun lang po,
The
Madam Chair.
procedural point is what's considered as an internal matter. Again, we maintain that the output of the small committee is included in the HGAB.
Hindi po. Pero nakasulat po ba sa HGAB kung saan binawas at saan dinagdag? Yun na lang po tatanungin ko, Madam Chair.
Pwede
Nakasulat
pong
ba?
silipin yung difference ng GAB as filed versus HGAB. Pero dun po sa mismong forma na HGAB, hindi po nakalagay yung mga delta doon. But if you would really want that, to look into the differences, you can compare HGAB as filed for first reading vis-a-vis what's what's transmitted in the Senate.
Madam Chair, 7,000 pages po yun. Paano ko naman babasahin yun? Doon nga sa BICAM, di ba ang ginawa nila, sinamarize nila at sinabi po nila kung ano yung binawas at ano yung dinagdag. So bakit hindi po natin magawa yun? Di ba 7,000 pages, babasahin natin isa-isa tapos hahanapin natin alin yung tumaas, alin yung bumaba. Sa BICAM po, ang ginagawa po nila, sinasummarize, nakasulat po doon. And ang balita ko sa Senate, gagawin nila is aalamin kung sino yung nag-introduce ng bawas at sino yung nag-introduce ng dagdag. And I hope the same will be done in the House, Madam Chair.
Noted on that, we will take that into consideration as we move forward with the reforms for the budget deliberations for the 20th Congress.
Last question, Madam Chair. What will be the participation of the civil service, the CSOs, the NGOs, and the POs doon sa ano?
I will revert back to, I will respond to this question, but this would be the last question with the indulgence of Honorable Chanco. So they will be engaged as non-voting observers in all of the committee hearings. So they have full access to committee hearings and essentially all the deliberations of the Committee on Appropriations as well as the plenary deliberations. And we also have a People's Budget Review wherein that's a day where they can present all of their suggestions and their queries with regard to the 2026 budget.
Madam, bakit pag ako nagsasalita, pati yung sagot ng chairman, tumatakbo yung oras ko?
This is an extension na po.
Yeah,
A while ago, the countdown was in accordance to the length of your questions lang po.
Yes, Congressman Erice was given 3.49 minutes extension. I was stopped at 2 minutes. So last question po. So any CSO, any NGO, any PO who wants to join and volunteers to join will be welcome. Kahit sino po. Wala tayong pipiliin.
Again, last question na po talaga. I will revert back to this because it's public knowledge already. The accreditation guidelines for CSOs who would want to engage in the budget process has been publicized by the task force, by the Office of the Secretary General. So all interested parties who would want to apply may go through that accreditation process. My apologies, Representative Chanco. This is the last question. The COMSEC may also now furnish you with the accreditation guidelines.
Yeah, okay. So that's my last question, but I just want to manifest 5 minutes has passed and the small committee report has not been sent to any of the members. That's on the record, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Chanco. Before we break for lunch, with the indulgence of the body, we would like to complete the cycle. So we've received questions from a member of the minority and a member of the independent bloc. So with the indulgence of the body, may we entertain questions from Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez from the majority. Representative Rodriguez, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and still a pleasant good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to the House of the People. And my question is directed to Secretary Pangandaman. In your presentation, the budget for Mindanao and the Visayas, and I'd like to read from your report, that Mindanao, comprising 6 regions, will only receive the measly amount percentage of 15.4. 15.4. I have here the Congressional Policy and Budget Research Department, which shows that in the past, Mindanao was at least getting, in 2022, 16.6%. Before that, during the 15th Congress, we reached 17. Now, we're down again to only a share of percent of 15.4. Mindanao has a population of 26 million Mindanaonons, and that is exactly 22.3% of the December figure of the Philippine population of 116 million. And secondly, Mindanao contributes to our GDP at the tune of about 18 to 19%. So may we know why Mindanao is getting smaller in terms of the budget. So this is what we have now. May we ask Secretary Pangandaman, who hails from Mindanao?
Madam Chair, first, I would like to maybe note that in prior years po, we don't have the Bangsamoro Organic Law. So some of the projects po that should be given to the five provinces, six provinces po is not included in the total national budget because we have provided a sum as a sum of money to the Bangsamoro region as provided for under the Bangsamoro Organic Law.
Madam Chair, I'd like to correct the Secretary. In 2022, here are the figures. In 2022, BARM already received 2.7 billion, and we are 16.6. In other words, this particular budget, even the previous years, already not BARM, but the autonomous region for Muslim Mindanao. So, but the point is that, Madam Chair, this is a decreasing trend. And I'd like to read the report of our Secretary of our Department of Economy, Planning and Development. It says here, their main finding is that economic growth remains mega Manila-centric, highlighting the need for greater, recommendation of Secretary Balisacan, for greater spatial diversification of our growth engines to enhance regional inclusion. But we are excluded. Another statement of the report of our good Secretary of the Economy is this. It says here, for the future, we should maintain robust macroeconomic fundamentals and diversify growth diversion. In this subsection of his report, it says, strengthen resilience by diversifying sectoral growth drivers and supporting regional growth engines. What happens to this recommendation of the Secretary? Because really, 15.4, and why? Here it is. The reason why we only have 15% and our poorer friends from the Visayas is only receiving 11.1. Can you imagine that? The Visayas gets only 11.1. We get 15.4. And the reason for that is here in the report of the Honorable Secretary. Because nationwide is 25%, that's all right. But then central office gets 10%, 10.2. Why will the central office, reserve 10%? This will be the pork barrel of the cabinet members. It should be pushed already to the regions and improve the region, especially Mindanao and the Visayas. We are not going against Luzon. Luzon, Madam Chair, gets 24%. Mindanao gets 15%. Luzon, excluding NCR. NCR gets 13.3%. We will not complain about that. But we will ask that we improve the figures and the percentage of Mindanao by having the central office give that to the regions where the projects are needed.
Madam Chair, that's true. I agree po with our Congressman Congressman Rodriguez. Some of the projects and programs within the 2026 budget are lodged under the nationwide and central office of each of the departments. For example, the foreign assisted projects, there are some that are really for sa po yung 5 minutes ko. Hindi, joke lang. Some projects that are foreign assisted in nature are actually in the centralized and nationwide, are lodged in the nationwide and central offices of each department. This is also true for projects like For Peace, AIX, and other social protection program. I know that some of the school building programs and even the materials for our DepEd schools are also lodged under the central office. Maybe moving forward, Madam Chair, we can actually show a presentation where will this budget, the allocation for Mindanao will go. But we will have to ask the department secretaries when they implement such projects, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretary. So in the Committee of Appropriations, we'll probably call the cabinet members how they can push the percentages to the regions, Visayas and Mindanao. Last point, Madam Chair. Now we go to the regional allocation for agriculture. Very important. Mindanao is said to be the breadbasket of our country, and it thrives on agriculture. Now, if you can see here, the allocation of agriculture in Mindanao from 2025, it was 14.3, still small, but this 2026, it's smaller. It's now 12.2. Can you imagine? Instead of increasing the percentage of Mindanao in agriculture, 14.3 this year, it now becomes 12.2. What is the explanation of the DBM and the DBCC, the Development Budget Coordination Council Committee, on the reduction of Mindanao? Why reduce Mindanao when we are the breadbasket providing 40% of all the food in the country? So bakit? So maybe know now the answer.
Madam Chair, just two points. On that
If I
question.
may, Secretary Pangandaman, Representative Rodriguez, the time is up, so this would be your last question.
I
Representative.
agree. I always follow the chair.
Thank you very
my
much,
last
Representative
question,
Rodriguez.
and please explain, because what I see here is that the central office gets 45.9. The central office gets 42%.9. Mindanao only gets 12. Visayas gets 9%. Visayas 9%. And then Luzon is 25.9%. And NCR, I cannot see the agriculture in NCR, 9.9%. You see? So those are the things that we in Mindanao would like to know. Thank you, Madam Chair. I end there. And, you know, we always would respect our secretary. And there will be probably means to be able to correct this. After all, Congress will decide on this NEP. And that is why the congressmen are here, especially from Visayas and Mindanao. Let us ask for a better deal for Visayas and Mindanao. Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's get the answer of the Honorable Secretary Amina.
Madam Chair, again, if I may, the nature of the programs and projects under the Department of Agriculture is that most of its programs and projects are actually lodged under the central office. And then we will only be able to see the recipients once they implement the project. Maybe when the Department of Agriculture is already here during their budget deliberation, they can actually explain or unbundle the said programs and projects, and then show which ones will go to the Mindanao. And then second, Madam Chair, there's a big foreign assisted project under the Department of Agriculture that is already ended. This is the PRDP. These are the support services that the World Bank provided the Department of Agriculture. I know that most of the beneficiaries under that foreign assisted program are actually given to Mindanao, Madam Chair.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Rufus Rodriguez. So at this juncture, I believe everyone is hungry. It's already almost 1 p.m. If everyone is okay, we'll break for 30 minutes to have lunch, and we'll resume here in the plenary at 1:30 p.m. And then and to give way to the plenary session this afternoon, we'll move to Romualdez Hall at around 2:30 p.m. So yes, so we'll break for a 30-minute lunch break. We'll be back here at the plenary at 1:30 p.m. Plenary po muna, and then we move later pa po. Thank you very much. See you at 1:30 p.m. Briefing is suspended.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Hirap, sir, sumagot. Kailangan ko pa sagutin. Announcements. All the secretaries up to the assistant secretaries, you are all invited at the social hall. Thank you.
Pwede naman.
Tubig ah. Pasok mo doon ah. Oo.
Check. Audio check. Sound check.
Test.
The briefing is resumed. The chair would like to recognize the next member to interpellate from the minority, the Honorable Representative Nico Daza. You have the floor, Representative Daza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Madam Chair, if I can ask the Secretary of DBM, I understand that the Constitution allows within the submission of the NEP within 30 days. But I believe this year it was delayed by about 16 days when historically in the last 2 years it was submitted 1-2 days after the SONA. May I ask our good Secretary Amina for the reason for the delay?
Madam Chair, I don't think we relate because it's within the 30 days as provided by the Constitution.
If I may reiterate, Madam Chair, I understand we can submit the NEP within 30 days, but in 23 and 24, it was submitted 2 days after SONA. But this SONA in 25, it was submitted 16 days. May I just wonder, because of course we want to have an expeditious consideration of the GAA. Any days that it may be delayed, even if it's within the 30 days, we want to be expeditious with the process. So I think it'd be important to understand perhaps the difference with this year compared to
We
previous
received a
years.
total of 10.1 trillion worth of proposals from the departments and agencies. And as I mentioned a while ago in our presentation, the President himself sat with the department cabinets and heads of the different agencies. So we took our time to really review the proposals and the programs which to be included in the proposed budget for 2026.
Okay. Madam Chair, with some research, and I apologize if I belabor the point now. With some research, and I was informed, the reason also for the delay it takes to file the NEP or adopt the NEP as the General Appropriations Bill is because, may I ask the good Secretary, is it true that the DBM submits a hard copy to the House Secretariat rather than a soft copy as well?
Yes, there's a hard copy, but on the same time, when we provided the hard copy to the Congress, the soft copy is already live in our website.
Okay. The reason why I bring this up, because, Madam Chair, in the efforts to push for budget reform and transparency, part of it was the abolishment of the small committees, the included participation of more civil service, civil society organizations. I believe this time it takes to file the GAB because of this issue between briefings and hearings. Perhaps that's something that we should look into, this old practice of submitting the hard copy, because if we can adopt the NEP as is when released and file it as a GAB immediately and have it referred to the rules or have it sponsored.
From the creditor and the implementing agencies. We have a list of the programs, but it has yet to be approved by the NEDA board, and they have to have a perfected contract prior to including it in the program level of each and every department. So we put it there. So the breakdown is that for of the 250 billion pesos, 97.3 billion will go to the support to foreign assisted projects that yet to be approved by the NEDA board. And there's 80 billion for soft and infrastructure programs. There's a budget also of 50 billion for the revised AFP modernization program. And then there's a small amount of there's 6.9 billion for budgetary support to GOCCs. The emergency health allowance is also here, 6.8 billion pesos. Risk management program, 3.6 billion pesos. Marawi Siege, 2 billion. Comprehensive and adequate insurance protection and strategically important government asset and interest, 2 billion. There's a small amount for the CARS program, the fiscal support arrearages for comprehensive automotive resurgence strategy. This is a support to motor vehicles being produced in the country. This is implemented by the DTI. And refund of the service development fee for the right to develop the Nampedai property in Tokyo, Japan, 200 million. And a very little amount for prior years LGU shares. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I'd like to thank the good secretary. Actually, this was a good segue into my next question, which is, how do we prioritize our releases? You mentioned foreign assisted, infra, social. How do we prioritize this? Do we prioritize social services first, infra projects? How much of it was utilized in 23 and 24? Can we also get a report on the actual releases with dates, descriptions, and other details, and corresponding justification of the releases?
The unprogrammed appropriations, there's a provision under the National Expenditure Program, which is actually carried in the General Appropriations Act. There are triggers for the availment of the unprogrammed appropriations. Do we have the exact section? Anyway, the amounts authorized herein for the purposes of one of the specified programs, it may be used when any of the following exist. First, there should be excess revenue collections in any one of the identified non-tax revenue sources from its corresponding revenue collection target as reflected in the BESF. Second, new revenue collections and those arising from new tax or non-tax sources which are not part of nor included in the original revenue sources as reflected again in the BESF.
Sorry, Madam Chair, because medyo naputol.
Yes. Secretariat, please check on the microphone of Secretary Pangandaman, please. Apologies for that, Sec. Sorry po.
Ayan, ayaw naman. Okay, and so there are triggers before we can release the unprogrammed appropriations. And as to the prioritization, it's also included in the special provision. The prioritization are as follows. Not required, first, there are two items. First, not requiring excess or new revenue collections. These are the support to foreign assisted projects and budgetary support to government-owned and controlled corporations. Meaning po, tatama po sa fiscal deficit ng ating gobyerno. Second, which requires excess and new revenue collections. On top will be the personnel benefits. Second will be social services. Third will be Government of the Philippines counterpart, GOP counterpart for foreign assisted projects. Fourth, infrastructure projects. And lastly, other priority projects as authorized within the enumerated programs under the program appropriations. Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, in line with this, I asked if we could get a report on the actual releases with
You
dates.
can provide the committee, Madam Chair, of the list of the releases in the program appropriations, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, sorry to clarify, you will be furnishing this committee?
We will.
Okay. Madam Chair, thank you to the good secretary.
It's available po, Madam Chair.
On the issue of AKAP, to my dismay, no, because within my constituency, we rely on the AKAP fund. May I ask, why is it being defunded or why is it not being funded? I misspeak. Why is it not being funded for 2026?
Madam Chair, as I mentioned a while ago, we'll just have to prioritize the projects and programs that was proposed by each and every department. Again, may I repeat, we receive a total of 10.1 trillion pesos. And upon review, there's still 13 billion balance from the 26 billion pesos appropriated for this year. So the DPWH can still use of that until the end of the year.
Madam Chair, so it's my understanding now we have continuing appropriations from 24 and 25, but because we're entering 2026, 2024 will lapse. Could I ask the good secretary, what is the remaining available fund from 24 and 25? And does the good secretary believe that this will be sufficient for 2026?
2025, yeah, there's still 13 billion pesos which can be used until the end of the year, until 2026, until next year.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, I'd just like to manifest, no, I think the AKAP program, it's a very good program. I hope it won't be permanently defunded because marami po kaming mga workers na kumikita pero naghihirap pa. Aming mga farmers, fisher folk, below minimum wage ang kinikita nila. So having workers working less than minimum wage, AKAP really addresses this gap, no? So I hope that, I guess to give an analogy, like a car, if masiraan ka ng gulong, we don't junk the car, we change the tire. So my manifestation is, I hope it's not defunded, but we improve the implementation of AKAP. That will be all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Daza. Additional question on the part of the chair po, Sec Mina. If we may clarify, as of kailan po yung 30 billion? July 2025 or ano po yung as of date?
July 31.
July 31, 2025. Thank you very much, Secretary Pangandaman. Thank you very much, Representative
Thank you, Madam
Daza.
Chair.
Before we proceed to the next interpellator, I just wanted to highlight we have to give way to the plenary session at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So we'll do one more interpellator here in the plenary. Then we will suspend for a little bit and we'll transfer to Romualdez Hall for the rest of the DBCC for the entirety of the afternoon until mohapong hanggang evening. We'll do one more interpellator because we have to move at 2:30 p.m. to give way to the plenary session at 3 p.m. So may I now recognize from the majority, Vice Chairperson Brian Pope.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quite quickly, I just have a few questions. I'll start with the first question directed towards the DBCC chair. So first, I want to commend the economic team on shepherding us towards a downward inflation trend. But as many of us know, especially when it comes to economics, a big chunk of that comes from our rice and meat numbers. No? And as we also know, a lot of that is kept artificially low because of our tariffs, which have been lowered, as well as price ceilings. However, there are certain items within the NEP which are considered long-term provisions towards addressing these inflation concerns. One of which is the Rice Competitive Enhancement Fund. And this goes towards badly needed credit for farmers, training, and mechanized needs. No, I want to know the status of this fund and whether it's been increased in the NEP as compared to the previous years. This is, of course, for our constituents who are farmers in Pangasinan.
I think this, Madam Chair, if I may, I think we will implement the first year implementation of the law. I think there's a amendment to the previous RCEP law. So there will be an increase in the RCEP with the following breakdown. It's a total of 30 billion pesos. The first 9 billion pesos will go to rice farm machineries and equipment. The 6 billion will go to rice seed development, propagation, and promotion, which shall be released to and implemented by the Philippine Rice Research Institute. Well, the first 9 billion will be released to and implemented by the Philippine Center for Post-Harvest Development and Mechanization, or PhilMech, Madam Chair. And then the balance of 15 billion will go to other priority programs, activities, and projects, Madam Chair, with the President is authorized to allocate the said amount to be endorsed by the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, Madam Chair.
I'm very happy to hear that, and I'll be happy to report that to our farmers in Pangasinan. Moving on to my second question for our Finance Secretary. Revenue being one of the major parts of this briefing, I want to discuss really briefly the revenue that's generated by online gambling. As per previous reports, I believe it's less than 1% of our GDP. Is that correct?
The total revenue from online gambling that goes to the national government is roughly about 60 billion.
Is it safe to say that should there be stricter regulations or maybe even possibly a complete ban of online gambling, that there are other streams of revenue that could be looked into in order to compensate for said lost industry?
We'll gladly work with you on that. Any additional revenue stream for the national government will be very much welcome.
Well, that's good to hear, considering there are two that this representation is looking into, and that would be taxes on plastic, since we don't have a national excise tax on that, but we contribute 2.7 million metric tons of plastic waste, which 20% of which goes into waterways, which causes our flooding problem that we have right now. And second is mining, which compared to the rest of the global industry, we're only at a 2% excise tax. Only reason why I bring that up is just on the off chance that we become stricter when it comes to gaming. I want your assurance, Secretary, that we'll be able to find other forms of revenue.
Insofar as mining is concerned, we just passed the rationalization of mining.
Yes,
we expect the President to sign that pretty soon. That's number one. Number two, we still have one more revenue measure still in Congress, the single-use plastics excise tax. So with very much need your support. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Madam Chair, I'd like to ask my next question to the DepDev Secretary. Mr. Secretary, I'd like to ask, is there any funding for a national study on debt or the debt problem that many Filipinos are facing today?
We don't have current one, but I think that is something that we can do given our resource, the resources that we have and the mandate, that in collaboration with the finance and of course DBM.
It's a good question for the entire DBCC, because from what my constituents are telling me, they're often burdened by debt, whether it's online gambling related or if it's agri related because of the recent typhoons. And it's a good question to ask, because we allocate so much of our budget towards social services, which actually brings up a second question for the DepDev Secretary regarding the social services spending that we have, it's 2.3 trillion, correct? Roughly 34.1% of our budget is towards social services. Are there any studies that have been conducted on what investments we have to make in order to lower the spending that we have on social services?
First, there have been studies showing the high cost of to the economy and our society of the COVID-19 pandemic with respect to health and to education. These scaring effects of the pandemic are still evident and will likely to continue for the years to come. And so there's commitment on our part to start addressing that aggressively so that the future generation and those future workers who are coming in 5, 10, 15 years from now will be able to recover what they lost. So there's a good, sufficient basis for prioritizing on health, education, food security, and agriculture. And that's why in the for this 2026 budget, we are prioritizing that over other expenditures.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The only reason why I asked that question is it's quite concerning how much we have to continually spend in social aid. If there's anything that we can invest in terms of long-term, I guess, mitigation efforts for a lot of these social concerns, then maybe we should already start looking into that during this budget season. So if there are any studies that your offices can furnish to us, we'd be very thankful to be able to look into it. Another question that I have, well, I was hoping to ask our SAPEA, but for the DBCC in general, what foreign direct investments do we have to look forward to in 2026? And is there anything in this budget season that we need to protect as Congress to make sure that these foreign direct investments push through in 2026?
I think we need to protect the priorities on education, health, and social protection, including connectivity. I recognize the earlier question this morning about our regions. The priority should be to connect our regions, the particular lagging regions from the leading regions, so that inclusivity can be realized, and so that no one is left behind with this rapid economic growth. That's all. I think that if we can prioritize on those sectors in the medium term, we should be able to realize our target of single-digit poverty level by the end of this administration.
All right. Madam Chair, just my last question for the DBCC in general. Is there any youth programs that we're looking forward to that would help us in terms of future-proofing our next generation workforce against the changing industries due to AI? So is there anything that we're looking forward to in terms of that, or in terms of support for out-of-school youth in terms of getting them back on their track for education or employment?
I may start before my colleague Sekmina will also answer. But we have a law just passed by Congress, a Trabaho para sa Bayan law, and that actually addresses the issues and preparing our workers, especially given the challenges of AI and the mismatches between what our schools are producing versus the needs of these dynamic industries, particularly those coming from disruption of technologies.
To add, Madam Chair, we have a couple of projects and programs under TESDA. I heard that you mentioned about the AI. The national government already the president already approved a roadmap on artificial intelligence, including those who will be displaced as a consequence to the increased use of artificial intelligence. And I know DOST heads this group who will study the AI consequences and its implication to the economy and then to those workers that will be displaced together with NEDA. But yeah, as to the budget, we have a couple of funding which we provided for next year under TESDA. Can I? Sorry. Okay, so we have the Training for Work Scholarship Program. I know you can ask this, of course, when Secretary Benitez comes here. But I know that the total budget of 4.3 billion pesos for the Training of Work Scholarship Program they will earmark a portion of this to help those who will be displaced as a result of the AI, increasing use of AI. And same way, we have provided 1.6 billion pesos for the Special Training for Employment Program, or STEP, and some 448 million pesos for the support innovation in the Philippine Technical and Vocational Education and Training System. There's also TVET for micro-credential with 500 million. And there's Enterprise Education and Training, or IBET, with, this is a new law, so they're still organizing this office. Thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, in the interest of time, I just want to say thank you for the patience of our economic team. If we could have some copies of the things that you have mentioned to be furnished to our office, I'll address the individual departments regarding those concerns. But thank you again for your patience and guidance regarding this year's budget. Madam Chair, I yield the floor.
Thank you very much, Representative Poe. So, to give way to the plenary session at 3 p.m. this afternoon, we will suspend session for the DBCC, and then we will request everyone to proceed to Romualdez Hall for us to continue the briefing. Thank you very much. Briefing is suspended.
Ryan.